opportunity to address City Council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Fundura. I will call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the June 19th, 2022 meeting of council? Thank you, Councillor Stanachek, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carries. We'll now consider the bylaws that require a public hearing. I will turn it over to Deputy Mayor Zakidniak. Deputy Mayor, could you please do the first readings?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws 2022-39 and 2022-41 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with Councillors Moll and Shaw away from the meeting.
Thank you very much. To the clerk, could I ask the clerk to please speak to the public hearing portion of the bylaws?
As required by legislation, the following bylaws require a public hearing. They are as follows. Bylaw number 2022-39, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2022 number 11, to amend the Regina zoning bylaw to accommodate proposed residential development consistent with the Westera concept plan. And bylaw number 2022-41, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw 2022 number 12. This is to amend the Regina zoning bylaw to allow for backyard suites as permitted use in most residential zones. Is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to address council on these bylaws? There appears to be none, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. To the clerk, Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Fundura, that bylaws 2022-39 and 2022-41 be read a second time.
Do any members of any council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, second reading carries 9-0.
Thank you very much. To the clerks, Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please do consent for third reading?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2022-39 and 2022-41 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, consent for third reading carries 9-0 unanimously as required by law.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2022-39 and 2022-41 be read a third time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Clerks, could you please start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the final reading of the bylaws carries 9-0.
Thank you very much. Council will now consider the following tabled bylaws: 2022-36, the mail-in ballot amendment bylaw, 2022-37, the Regina Water Amendment bylaw, and 2022-40, the wastewater and stormwater amendment bylaw. These bylaws were tabled at the June 15th meeting. They do not require a public hearing. These bylaws had their first and second readings, but failed to consent for third as the vote was not unanimous as required by law. We'll now do a third reading for these bylaws, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Zakidniak.
I move, seconded by Counselor Stevens, that bylaws 2022-36, 2022-37, and 2022-40 be read a third time.
Thank you. Clerks, could you please start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the third and final reading carries 9-0.
Thank you very much. Council, a slight agenda adjustment. We're going to move CR 22-78 next, which is considering the GTHA Municipal Servicing Agreement Addendum, wastewater discharge. Could I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. And I require a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Anyone from administration wish to speak to the report?
Thank you through the chair. This report is to speak to an addendum to the Municipal Servicing Agreement for ongoing operating services with the GTHA. In 2018, the city and the Global Transportation Hub signed a municipal servicing agreement for ongoing operating services, including water, wastewater, and transportation infrastructure at the Global Transportation Hub. The municipal servicing agreement provides conditions for the ongoing operation, maintenance, and recapitalization of infrastructure assets provided to the GTH by the city, including establishing connection fees due payable to the city as development of the GTH occurs, and outlines the maximum water and wastewater capacities of the entire GTH within the city's infrastructure systems. Recently, the GTHA issued a development permit to Cargill for a new canola processing facility. The facility's canola processing activities will require a large supply of water. As such, the facility proposes to use a third-party, non-potable water line that will be extended to the facility, as opposed to the facility using treated city domestic water for processing like other GTH developments. The municipal servicing agreement between the city and the GTHA allows the GTHA to explore the usage of other water supply sources. However, the agreement currently prohibits the discharge of wastewater resulting from a third-party water supply into the city's wastewater system. To accommodate Cargill's proposed water supply for processing activities, the GTHA has submitted a written request for an amendment to the agreement to allow Cargill to discharge this wastewater into the city's system. We present to you today a report regarding proposed conditions to include in an addendum to the municipal servicing agreement that will accommodate this facility discharging wastewater resulting from a third-party water supply into the city's wastewater system, subject to appropriate conditions to minimize any potentially adverse impacts on the city's wastewater system. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bryden. Council, this was discussed at length at Executive Committee. Do any members of Council have any questions today for administration? Seeing none, Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close debate? Thank you. Clerks, could you please call the vote? Councillor Moll and Councillor Shaw, can I ask you to record your votes verbally on this?
In favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all 11 members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Next, Council, we will move on to CR 22-76. I'd like to call upon Delegation Chris Lane from Economic Development Regina I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you happen to reside, Mr. Lane. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Chris Lane, President and CEO of Economic Development Regina. I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed changes to our UMA with our sole shareholder, the City of Regina. The changes have been endorsed by the EDR Board of Directors, and the organization is looking forward to its future and being future-minded about our mandate and the results we fully believe we will deliver for the city in the long term. For example, yesterday we officially launched Regina's first ever place brand strategy, and EDR will continue to drive the partnerships and implementation to make it a success. A focused mandate housed in a proactive economic development agency is an integral part of the growth of our city. If Council indeed approves the updates to our UMA, we look forward to working together closely to realize that growth, and we look forward to working with our partners at Real and across the city to continue to support tourism and event attraction. Finally, we look forward to being the force that drives the recruitment of people and investment to our city, so we can all be proud of an ever-increasing number of homegrown success stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Any members of council have any questions for the delegation? Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you can give some additional information about EDR's support of transferring the marketing and promotion of tourism services to Real. Why is EDR in support of that? Further explanation.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, the alignment of the tourism work between agencies, I think, presents an opportunity coming out of COVID. It's an evolution that I believe allows EDR to focus on an opportunity around economic development and investment attraction at hand. And I won't speak for Mr. Reid, but I fully believe that Real has the capabilities and the resources to focus on event attraction, conventions and trade shows, which makes up the bulk of tourism activity in the city. From an EDR standpoint, we've supported the transition and the work as equal partners for the past couple months to be ready with people and resources and programs. And pending the approval of the changes today, we're ready to execute over the next coming days and weeks.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any other members of council have any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for being here this afternoon, Mr. Lane. And ask you to return to the gallery. I would call upon Delegation Tim Reid of the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Goes the same way. I'd like you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Reid.
Thank you very much. My name is Tim Reid. I have the privilege of being a member of the Regina Exhibition Association Limited team. I live north of Dooney in Regina, Saskatchewan, and here today representing the Real team. I'd like to thank the City Council for the opportunity to present today, thank administration and your team for the work that they've done in this process. I also want to recognize our partners in economic development. Most importantly, I want to recognize the Tourism of Regina team who have managed through some uncertain times that are never easy. I'd like to begin by sharing a matter of truth, something that I believe is important and relevant in this conversation. In 2014, the City of Regina became the sole shareholder and the owner of the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. With this, the investment into the International Trade Center and Mosaic Stadium, our relationship with you changed. The decision was made to remove shareholders that once governed the organization and did so successfully for 130 years. The decision was made to replace those shareholders with you, City Council. Our Board of Directors is appointed by you as the City. Our budget is approved by you as the City. Our financial results are rolled into yours as the City. Our borrowing ability is approved by you as the City, and we currently operate the assets on a 100-acre segment of land in north central Regina because of the unanimous members agreement that we have with you. In short, the distinction between Real and a department of the City is simply put the UMA that you're discussing today. City of Regina have many municipal corporations, each that have a focus on unique tasks and skills. But Real is by far your largest municipal corporation. However, similar to the bids, we are governed and isolated by a geographic footprint. Today, this motion proposes that that boundary be changed, that the scope and the mandate be changed. But ultimately, the direction is set by you. There are few industries that have been impacted to the degree that the tourism, hospitality, live sports, and live events industry have on the globe. Our industry was literally in violation of health regulations for almost 2 years. If the pandemic highlighted anything, it was how vulnerable our sector is to the headwinds that are beyond our control, and how challenging a path we have forward to recovery. COVID-19 recovery process created global uncertainty in the return of tourism, but it also created global competition where every tourism dollar had become a priority of every city on the planet. Truth of the matter is, we need to compete. Regina is a wonderful place to call home, a vibrant community, an amazing place to run your business, but it's a unique place to deliver tourism. And that's only been compounded by COVID-19. Reality is, we're not Paris, New York, Toronto, Montreal, or Vancouver. And to be competitive in a fiercely competitive environment, we have to think differently. In 2019, Saskatchewan Tourism calculated the direct impact of tourism economy in the city of Regina at $300 million. In 2019, the direct impact of tourism represented by Real was $220 million. We represent 73% of the tourism market in Regina, and we are owned by you. In short, we're a large, impactful arm of the city of Regina that focuses on tourism, but we only focus on tourism at 100 acres. As a not-for-profit organization, you've seen our budgets, you've seen our staff. We're by far the largest opportunity that we have. And so every dollar that we spend does not go to private shareholders. It's reinvested into your assets that are owned by the community. As an organization, I wish to be very clear. We're facing the same challenges that everybody else is: price escalation, staffing shortages, margin and yield compression. These are not easy times, but they are times where if you're chasing efficiency and optimization, you have to be honest with yourself and look at all the opportunities that you have. As the president and CEO with Real, I'm certainly not suggesting that our team needs more work. But the basics of an economies of scale investment would suggest that we at least have the debate and consider the alignment. I want to share a story about Garth Brooks, a guy in the cowboy hat that sells a lot of tickets. He was also one of our highlights of the year in 2019. When we announced Garth Brooks was coming to play at Mosaic Stadium in August of 2019, we were thrilled to have the only Canadian date, host an event that would deliver over $18 million of economic win and draw international attention. However, the next day, the Folk Festival called, and they weren't so thrilled to have Garth Brooks coming to town. As the president and CEO, I thought we delivered the perfect event. We'd added value to our stadium, we'd added value to our campus, but we were competing directly with a legacy organization in our community that we didn't actually know was having their event. Part of the challenge was because we were focusing on 100 acres. We were actually doing our job. The reality is that as an organization that's tasked with maximizing the use of those 100 acres, sometimes we compete against ourselves. But maybe if we align differently, there would be opportunity for change or adding to our competitive value. Fast forward 3 years, a lot of people don't realize that Garth Brooks played 2 dates in Edmonton this year. When Garth Brooks came back to Western Canada, they called the Regina Exhibition Association Limited to send our team to Edmonton Commonwealth Stadium so that we could set up for that concert. So if the city of Edmonton can call Real to find a better way to do that, I don't know why we wouldn't explore that in our own city. To add to that, some of you may recognize that the Pope is coming 3 weeks from now as well. The same folks called Real to say, can you help set up the event? Reality of it is we find a way to compete in our own city that we don't need to do. We can be better at this. Whether that's through Real or some other organization, I would encourage us to explore it. We have a great opportunity to be more effective than we have. I've worked in a situation where tourism ran a competitive venue in Edmonton, where Explore Edmonton ran the destination marketing organization. We ran the convention center that competed with the conference center. But we always found a way forward through great people, great conversation, and great collaboration. Ultimately, I don't think this is a discussion about process and competition. I think it's actually a conversation about collaboration and results.
Sir, you're at 5 minutes. I'm just going to ask you to wrap up.
Our industry is facing some very challenging times. At the end of the day, we're not chasing additional work or additional responsibilities, but I think our board of directors have consistently said they will do whatever you as the owner would like us to do. If that includes additional responsibilities, we'd be welcome to receive them, and we're happy to help in any way you choose. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Questions from council? Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I think I just have one. So you had mentioned that you're already doing this work on the Real campus at the Real district. So I'm just wanting a bit more information about how you will move to doing that work across the city to ensure that the marketing and promotion efforts are distributed equal, like with some level of equity throughout the city instead of with this focus on Real that you've had in the past. How will that change occur? Do you have thoughts on that?
I do, thank you, and through the chair. Last week when we were here, we talked about some form of an advisory committee. I think Councillor Stevens brought it forward. I actually think that's desperately needed in our industry to begin with. And so I would start by saying I think we will engage the community. I don't know that we have all the answers on how we'll do this better, but I actually believe everybody recognizes there is a better path. What our intent is to leverage the spend that we already have. We're probably the largest buyer of entertainment marketing that exists in the city of Regina. So why don't we add to that in the future? Ultimately, by you changing our unanimous members agreement, you actually make us accountable for the entire city and not just 100 acres. So yes, Real will continue to program its events and advertise its events that are happening. I actually think the step is, with the UMA changing, our accountability becomes citywide, not just 100 acres. I think the economies of scale suggest that we leverage the spend that's already happening.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this
Thank you.
afternoon. Ask you to return to the gallery. We'll now consider item CR 22-76, changes to two unanimous members agreement. Acting Deputy Mayor Mole, can you please introduce the report?
Sure. The executive considered CR 22-76 at the June 22nd committee meeting of executive. And I'm not too sure if there's much more to say. We had Tim Reid and Chris Lane speak to this already. So we're just looking at approving the amendments to unanimous membership agreement respecting Economic Development Regina, dated January 1st, 2016, and Real. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor. Can we have a seconder on the motion? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. Since we discussed this as executive, I received some follow-up questions from the community looking for some background, specifically the section of the UMA that speaks to land development. These were questions I just couldn't answer, so I think it's best for administration to do so. Could you provide a bit of a background, given that the city has worked on crafting a real estate strategy, there's been discussions about a municipal development corporation. Provide a background as to why we're considering carving out some of that function and lending it to Real. What's the purpose? What's the value? And where would it go after it's kind of been incubated at that site?
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Stevens, the changes to the UMA are providing what I'm referring to as an enabling provision, whereby Real will now have the authority to quickly establish such a land development corp entity if and when the need arises. So there may be future plans, projects, etc., that the city would be looking to initiate. And this way we have some relatively quick, agile process whereby Real, which is 100% owned by us, has some considerable expertise in doing these kind of things and what it does, would be able to respond quickly. I think it's fair to say there's no decision at this point in time whether it would remain in perpetuity with Real, could it be carved off? But I think by providing this provision in the UMA allows them to quickly formulate or create something as needed, as opposed to what could be perceived as much slower goings if we were to do this within the internal structure of the City of Regina.
Thank you. If I could follow up, City of Regina has planners, engineers, and other experts with respect to land use regulation and development. Real does not. So can you perhaps walk through the relationship that will exist between the administrative structure at the city and Tim Reed and his team to ensure that it's not just about developing land, but also they have the adequate expertise to do so?
Sure. Through you, Mayor, I'll start and then I will turn it over to Ms. Basdell for perhaps some further detail. The parties will be working together on this. Again, I can't stress enough, Real is 100% owned by the city. And I think it goes without saying that if any entity that we own 100% of starts to go offside with us, we're going to quickly be reining that in. And I'm not suggesting in any way that that's going to happen. We certainly have a commitment from Mr. Reed as well as the staff here, particularly those in Mr. Lacey's division, that we will be working closely together on this. We have to find a way, and we're going to find a way where we have a win-win situation. If and when major projects might come forward, things we can do better. It's also related to the tourism industry, not the Land Development Corporation, but you heard Mr. Reed last week at Executive as well as today. They're not there to cannibalize on the entire tourism entities in this city. They're there to work together, and we're providing that opportunity outside of the 100 acres now. But with that, I would ask Ms. Basdell if she has some specifics with respect to her role in real estate.
Through you, Madam Mayor. To Mr. Nichols' comments, City Administration will be working collaboratively with Real Administration. With regards to the planning process, that process actually does not exist within my structure. So Real would be treated no different than the city land department or private developer. There would still be that regulatory process that would have to be followed. And I would ask if Ms. Bryden has anything to comment or add, but my understanding is this is just, this would just be doing this in a different organization. And to your point about the work that city administration has done around municipal land development corporations and the research, that will all be shared and used in a collaborative way to help Real however they need.
Okay, thank you. My final question, this month, we're going to see some pretty significant projects and ideas come to council. As an example, we've made a commitment to the yards. Historically, I think there was a commitment to do something in particular with the old Taylor Field site. Just to confirm, council still needs to be consulted and still has the final say if we're going to deviate from those existing land development projects and strategies, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes. Those all have to come back before council for final approval. This is in no way bypassing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify, so the reason that we were seeking out the Land Development Corporation also when we connected with Real, would it be fair to say that in other cities, such as Calgary and other cities, they've actually created a whole nother board and set it up as a corporation where Real was already set up? Would we see it almost as somewhat of an efficiency as well to do some of the work in that regard, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that's a fair comment, Councillor Bresciani. And again, I use the words enabling because this allows Real to look at those kind of structures and say, how might we best establish this or create this? Should we be directed to do so? Should the opportunity present itself? Those kind of things. Well, again, one of the major premises behind this is to be quick and agile and not to get stuck in bureaucratic structures.
Perfect, thank you. And just a comment I would say is also in regards to the tourism piece. I think Real has done an incredible job in that way of doing the events, and they're doing the work already. So it's a natural fit for tourism to go there. And I think that another piece of it is it's another efficiency as well. They're doing the work, they've got the connections, but also to include the broader community. I think we really learned that through Frost. And I think it'll be a very, very good way to, I think, highlight our city and everything that we're doing. So I appreciate this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just a couple of questions to administration. The money that's allocated to EDR for tourism is how much? Do we have that number offhand through you, Madam Mayor?
Through you, Mayor, I believe it's referenced in the report from Executive Committee. I think it was approximately 2.1 million was last year's budget. Yes, 2.1 million was approved for EDR in the 2022 budget.
What was the portion for tourism? I think that
Oh,
Councillor's
I'm
question
sorry.
was.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah.
I don't have that offhand. There was a portion of it, but it was not the majority portion of monies provided to EDR. And that will be worked out between the two entities, and then a reconciliation to the approved budgets for both will be done later this year.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you for that clarification. I just want to know if that money will be allocated to REAL once this all goes through and stuff like that. So thank you for that clarification. I'm really happy that this is happening. I just think that why have two different entities doing the same job? Very supportive of this, and I think it's a great idea. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Any other member of council have any questions or comments? Seeing none. Acting Deputy Mayor Mole, would you like to close off debate?
No, thank you. We'll go to vote.
Thank you. Clerks, can I ask that you call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Up next, we will deal with CR 22-79, a Corla Avenue corridor study. I'd like to call upon Delegation Jack Huntington. Sir, I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and councillors. I'm Jack Huntington, President of Wascana Point Condo Association here in the City of Regina. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the recently released Arcola Corridor Study. I'm here representing also as a spokesperson for communities that back on to the Prince of Wales corridor, and those communities being the one I mentioned already, Wascana Point Estates, also Southgate Condo Association, but also the residential communities of Wascana Estates and Dorsey Place. And although we agree in principle with the Arcola Avenue study, we feel strongly the extension of the Prince of Wales Drive south to the Wascana Parkway is the least desirable option of the listed recommendations in the study for several reasons. Firstly, the residents have concerns about the long-term consequences of extending any roadway close to the residential communities related to health and wellness. Added noise and pollution for increased traffic would be a new reality. Directly affected residents believe the project negatively affects the resale value of the properties in the future, and residents purchased the properties based on the understanding the area was fully developed. Property taxes being paid in the area are some of the highest in the city. Secondly, in 2005, the Duke of Edinburgh dedicated the opening of the McKell-Wascana Conservation Park. It's a joint effort of the McKell family, Ducks Unlimited, and the City of Regina to preserve 171 acres of natural prairie and wetland habitat for the enjoyment of all Regina residents. In 2009, the City of Regina won a major award for municipal stewardship in recognition of this partnership. A new roadway is an intrusion into this natural area and an unacceptable action that clearly erodes the original plan of the area. Number three, the proposed area is zoned as a floodway by the City of Regina, requiring restrictions in development and prohibition of new construction. Fourthly, for a major project like extending Prince of Wales Drive, we would anticipate inclusion in a consultative process. While there's some mention of public interaction in the study, there's no indication of the depth or the breadth of that process. There's also an indication from recent dialogue with other stakeholders, a complete environmental impact assessment would be required for any extension of Prince of Wales Drive. And lastly, and clearly not to be underestimated, there's a major crossing at Prince of Wales Drive and Assiniboia Avenue for the many students that attend W.S. Horlock School. Young students cross at the stoplights in large numbers, both in the morning, noon, and after school. Extending the roadway increases the safety hazard for children, not always attentive to stop lights and walk signals. We agree there's congestion on Arcola Avenue, particularly in the morning and evening hours related to residents commuting in various workplaces. Furthermore, we strongly feel a more prudent approach would be to develop a series of steps or phases of listed improvements and measure the outcomes of each within a defined timeline. First and foremost, address the safety concerns of the various intersections listed in the study through a series of expanded turning lanes, and measure over a period of time that's defined the resulting improvements in traffic flow in an east-west direction. Next, extend the north ramp off of Assiniboia Avenue as an option that's been discussed several times over the last several years, and measure over that same defined period the resulting improved traffic flow. In the end, the shared data may point to continued congestion at Arcola Avenue as it relates to east-west traffic. As a result, the long-term solution to congestion is to widen Arcola and plan to increase the capacity over the Ring Road interchange and the bridge over the creek near University Park Drive. I spoke earlier to a prudent approach, which really speaks to fiscal responsibility. The city faces any number of financial restraints as they approach the budget planning in each year. The phased approach with measured outcomes being suggested here this afternoon is far less than the $27.5 million projected for the Prince of Wales extension to Wascana Parkway. Although the details of the 27.5 expense is not available in the current study, one's attention begins to focus on the land acquisition costs related to the Prince of Wales extension, knowing that Arcola widening can be achieved on land currently owned by the City of Regina. On behalf of the 4 residential communities, I would strongly encourage Council to embrace the evidence-based, phased-in approach, working closely with identified stakeholders. For example, the study spoke to changing traffic patterns as an outcome of the new bypass, and the use of that data was obtained to guide the current recommendations in the study. I would further suggest so much has changed as a result of the pandemic. While we're still in the process of understanding some of those outcomes of the pandemic as they relate to the new work environment, whether it be home, office, or a combination of both, the influence on traffic flows as it relates to commuting is still to be learned. Difficult times for decision makers, and we as stakeholders would continue to welcome the opportunity to be part of the process part of the decision-making process. In the event there are any other questions, I'd be pleased to respond at your convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a question from Councillor Bresciani for you.
Thank you very much for representing the communities in your area. I want to ask just about the McKell and the reserve. The protection, I've heard that many times from many people in that area. Can you elaborate for me as to the concern of the road going through, or potential road? And you've indicated Ducks Unlimited as well. Have you had any discussions or heard from them at all in that regard?
Mayor Masters, yes, we have spoken extensively with Ducks Unlimited, and they were also part of our dialogue in regards to the cell tower as well. And they worked extensively with the McKell family. And right now they are of the position that there is a full environmental study that will be required, because they consider that to be one of the jewels of their Saskatchewan landscape. And they're very, very proud of that. And they would like to continue that same kind of stewardship in partnership with the City of Regina, and we as well as residents of the community of Wascana View.
Thank you. One of the things that really was not mentioned in the report was the utilization of the new bypass. Do you find that people in your area, in that where you're speaking and representing from, do they actually
would they use, do they use the new bypass to get out from the area instead of using this one? Through the chair.
Mayor Masters, from our experience in working back with the group, we have a working group of about 10 or 12 that represent those 4 communities. They have given no indication whatsoever in terms of using the new bypass. It's a convenience. However, all people speak about the fact that this is an east-west problem. This is not a north-south problem. And having lived out in the area for 20 years and traveled the Arcola Road into downtown Regina, I would support much of that it's an east-west problem. And they focus on Arcola Avenue. And they focus on Arcola Avenue because of some of the improvements that could be made at lower cost, but also focus on it, as I mentioned in my presentation, in terms of land that's already owned by the city of Regina. I think the land acquisition costs would be a huge hurdle going through as far as trying to extend Prince of Wales.
Thank you. And the last question before anything is determined, this is a plan, as we've talked about, staging. And I'll confirm with the administration around engagement to ensure that engagement is a huge piece of this as they move forward. And again, that would be, and assume something that your group would want to be notified on?
Very, very interested in that. And that's really why I came back to the conclusion. We don't want to be seen as an obstacle. Rather, we want to work with administration, we want to work with council, and we really do want to see what's best for the residents of East Regina. It's expanding, as you know, Councillor Bresciani, to the point where there needs to be some improvements, and the safety factors become to the top of it, and all the children that reside out there. So no, our committee and the working group that we support or we represent would be very much welcomed in terms of working with administration and council.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forth and your presentation. I noticed in your presentation you asked about a phased implementation. In the report, they have multiple intersections and stretches of road with a phased approach to that. I was wondering on your comment from the report to what you're requesting, how they overlay.
In talking with the working group and with other residents, when you actually use that commute in the morning and the evening, particularly in the evening, the current turning lanes don't provide the kind of flow that's required. I believe that as a first recommendation, I think it's well placed, and I think it would do a lot to improve the traffic flow and allow us then to have an opportunity to have some other discussions in terms of how that east-west corridor could be further improved and look at more cost efficiencies as opposed to spending large dollars on the Prince of Wales extension.
Oh, so you do actually agree with the short-term approach for the intersections and the changes there then?
Our group—
I misunderstood you. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, Mayor Masters. Yes, we would agree with the phased approach around the intersections as a first step and a prudent example of responsibility from a financial perspective.
Thank you. So if they go through these changes and they widen and change intersections and they make it 6 lanes leading up to a 4-lane bridge, if they go to address the bridge, this is no longer a retrofit or a maintenance operation, it's a rebuild operation, they have to cap it off. Without a secondary route for traffic to follow, like the proposed Prince of Wales route, how do you think we would move the 40,000 vehicles across the ring road should we go to widen that bridge to 6 lanes without implementing a secondary route?
Is obviously a concern, and that is why we've suggested the phased approach with an opportunity to measure those kinds of improvements and have that further dialogue as to how we might compensate for that transportation if in fact there was major work on the Arcola Avenue piece of road.
So in this report, they cite that there is actually a call for the bridge to go to 6 lanes. It's for part of that to happen in the phased approach they lay out. They talk about this route going through Prince of Wales, as well as the Assiniboia action you mentioned in your delegation speech. I'm just wondering, does that kind of line up with what you're thinking and it just didn't come across in the report? Or how did your thoughts overlay with that? Because this was $300,000 spent to try to find transportation solutions, a quicker solution for the East Regina, and a phased approach for dollars spent on taxpayers. So I'm just not wanting to play with the formula too much. I'm wondering where you think it should be played with.
When you speak to the bridge, are you speaking to the interchange over the bypass, or are you speaking to the bridge that's south of University Park Drive?
Over top of the ring road.
You're talking Ring Road?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And we see that as being the cornerstone in terms of moving traffic. I think your concern is in regards to how that construction would take place if in fact you didn't have the Prince of Wales alternative. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And right now, we would like to have that opportunity to view the data as you do the improvements, or the improvements are approved in terms of the intersections, and also look at the Assiniboia flyway in terms of north exit as well, before we would want to comment further in terms of how we might accommodate the Arcola widening.
Just as a pre-thought on this whole plan, it was widening the entire corridor to 6 lanes. And to widen to 6 lanes and come to a 4-lane choke point would be a horrible zipper merge that no one in Regina would have a clue on how to drive.
Councillor Mancinelli, questions?
So I'm just wondering, once again, did that not come through in the report? I hate to waste $300,000 and rejig a plan that's been phased already. So I'm just trying to really understand what people have taken from this report and why they're asking for changes.
They've taken from the report that Arcola is in a congested east-west direction. There needs to be improvements. They would like to be part of those discussions and part of those measurements over a period of time to understand why further extension of Prince of Wales Drive needs to take place.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out today. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. Right over here, sir. Good afternoon. Councillor Oshani asked you about using of the bypass.
Yes.
And the comments were made and asked by Councillor Mancinelli about when the bridge over the ring road on Arcola gets redone, maybe closed off, the choke points and difficulties with getting around away from, would you say there are ways to get out, and allowing or going with the construction of the bridge in the short term and for the long-term gain?
I'm not sure, sorry, Mayor Masters, I'm not sure I completely understand your question.
Well, the question is, would the bypass be used if for instance, Arcola Bridge over the ring road gets closed for, let's say, a year or two, or by stages? You're talking about more stages.
Yes, I believe, and you're referring to the new bypass?
Yes.
Yes, I believe it would be used as an alternative. However, I think also one of the things that wasn't addressed in the report is the role that Victoria Avenue can play as well. And again, part of that measurement in terms of how much traffic we're really going to have, I know from my own personal perspective, we have not returned to the pre-pandemic level of traffic on the east-west on Arcola since prior to the pandemic. People are continuing to work from home. They're also continuing to work different hours. I don't see the same congestion. But to answer more specifically to your question, yes, they would use the new Regina bypass, but I think there's also an opportunity to explore the options around Victoria Avenue as well as an alternative.
Okay, Mayor Masters, just a question on Chuka. Chuka hasn't been spoken of much.
Yes.
Any comments from your and your community about when things start to go, any use of Chuka or doing something there?
Chuka does not have the opportunity that Prince of Wales has in terms of flow of traffic. So no, there's been no discussion specifically around Chuka. Other than that, the congestion between the Arcola Avenue and Victoria Avenue as the towns in Eastbrook begin to develop.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Mr. Addington, I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please return to the gallery.
Thank you for your time.
Council will now consider item CR 22-79, Arcola Avenue Corridor Study. Acting Deputy Mayor Mole, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Yes, the executive considered this item at committee at the June 22nd meeting of executive. This is Arcola Avenue Corridor Study. It was discussed at length last week. There was a long road to get to completing this report, and executive, to my knowledge, approved it unanimously. So I would be looking for a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of council? Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, let me turn that on.
Yeah, I just need clarification. When this went forth from executive last week, we had a change come through, and I asked if it had a change that would affect planning or just to budgeting. And looking at how this is written up, it had a direct change on short and long-term implications after the vote. So I'm just wondering if I'm misreading or if I misunderstood the vote or what's happened.
Ms. Briding or Mr. Nicol?
Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. The impact would be to long-term planning.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
The
you.
impact would be to the medium and long-term planning.
So when we had this vote last week, we asked it to only be a matter to be discussed at budget time, not to directly affect the plan. And I just wanted to correct that. I'm sorry I didn't catch it in the minutes. I'm glad to discuss it at budget time and look at the implications and see if we can speed it up, but I don't think we agreed on that vote to actually make the change to affect the medium and long-term planning. And I'm just looking for some clarity in that to see if I misunderstood or if that was a misunderstanding.
I'll take that, Councillor Mancinelli, through you, Mayor. The intent of it, as we understand it, was to take into account or to consideration going forward in the future, move it into those categories. But when budget time comes, we will be looking at the full implications of what that would mean to the long-term and medium planning. So from our perspective, it is not changing anything. This is long-term planning, but we will consider what it might look like in the medium term versus the longer term. Whether that has any impact at the end of the day when we come back with specific plans for, like, say, a 5-year capital plan, that's when we may see a change, but we may also not see a change.
Just out of curiosity, I'm happy to see options on the table and help out with the congestion in the East End any way I can. But will these lead to the use of administration assets, planning assets, or displace any other work on the ledger that could have an effect on city operations? Or is this very easy to do and present these options so we can consider them and make smart decisions?
I think it's fair to say, Councillor, that again, it goes into the range of options. It's not going to take anybody. We largely know where a lot of these impacts and the costs could be projected to be. This is just a matter of when we get closer to budget time, we will then outline what it would mean if these were then advanced even further up the queue, say into a 5-year capital plan. But at this point in time, it is largely for context purposes, weighing some options, seeing what the implications would be, with the full understanding that council will have to make a specific decision if it wants to change the recommended plan that administration comes forward with.
Understood. I'm just making sure we're not spending $100,000 each year on a plan that might be up for debate at budget time. I want to ensure that's not going to be the case.
No, I can assure you that's not going to happen.
Thank you. That was my only worry.
Thanks very much, Councillor Mancinelli, for that point of order. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So first off, I just want to, again, reiterate what I said at committee. I think it's vitally important. We have put our COLA off for many, many years. And I know that was changed before this council's time, changed when we looked at, it wasn't our decision, but was with service agreement fees. I think one of the biggest things is about safety. Now it's gotten to safety. So I guess I want to ask, and we've heard from delegations today and previously last week, in regards to the options. So we've got looking at the Prince of Wales, looking at the north ramp off of Assiniboine, looking at all the changes that need to be done on our COLA. I guess the question is, this is just a phasing plan. We're looking at it. Tell me about how the residents will be engaged as things move forward. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Bryden, do you want that one?
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. So as you referenced, this is a phasing plan. And certainly as we move forward, the residents will be engaged on each of these projects and the impacts in the community as projects are put forward. So, there will be community consultation on each piece that gets worked on.
Thank you. Back in 2018, when this was brought forward, the stretch on Prince of Wales was raised in regards to looking at going through the conservation area, but but also was talked about dealing with landowners. I guess the concern is if it's, taking a long time, where are we at with that, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the conversations are ongoing with specific landowners in the area regarding Prince of Wales Drive. And of course, there are different options for what that extension would actually look like based on how those conversations go. I think the other consideration is that the design work for the Prince of Wales Drive and the Arcola pieces will be done within the next 5 years. And then decisions made about the projects as we move forward will take into consideration where we're at in terms of land acquisition.
Okay, thank you. I would also appreciate that in that consultation would be Ducks Unlimited. I think that's also imperative that they be consulted, as well as the McCall family who donated that land. I think that would be vitally important as well. I just, in regards to the safety, because we're still many, many years out on Arcola, and as we see, to get into a queue when we haven't been in the queue for many years, but now to get back into that queue when you're looking at roadways. We know that Arcola right now on that path has 9 Fs and 22 Es. F is, there's actually nothing else you can do at those intersections, and E is close to the F. The concern I have is the fact that safety has become a concern. And when we go to construction, we know that the bridge will have to be done first, but we also know that that roadway will have to be done collectively after that. And I hear what administration is saying about having outlets to do the construction. Do we know even how long this construction could take if we were to do the bridge and the roadways?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Seeley.
Thank you, Mayor, through Mayor Masters. I think the construction would be phased out in kind of coordination with other things that are going on in the community, but I would expect the bridge to probably take at least 2 years of work for the bridge work itself.
Okay, thank you. The other piece, we know that when we talk about in this the next few years coming up here, we look at the design, some of the turning lanes that can be done. What is the time frame? Are we looking at the next year or two? What is that? Because those are urgently needed now. And do we have any idea of what that would be? Those were already in the plan back in 2015 and should have already been done for some reason. I'm not sure why, but.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that construction plan information to Mr. Seeley.
Thanks. Through you, Mayor Masters. Right now, the plan is to have the short-term intersections at Park Street, University Park Drive, Prince of Wales, and Chuka. The detailed design would occur next year, and that those would then be done in a coordinated fashion over the following 2 or 3 years with other work that's going on in the community coordinated with.
Okay, so can I just ask, so this work was to be done many, many years ago. Can I just ask though, is that just how long the design is going to take to do the work? Because the one that we know is the right off ramp on the bridge going to University Park. We know that's the highest accidents in the city in that little area there. I think that was the one where SGI has connected with the city, said something's got to be done on that roadway. Can I ask, can that not be done, or is it the detailed design of the roadway?
So just through the chair. So the detailed design for those intersections, we didn't move forward with that while we were considering the entire roadway network. And so I think now that's been done with this study, and we'll move forward with that detailed design.
Okay. I guess the last question, and I think it's more of a comment that, and as my council colleagues, I think have heard me say, something needs to be done on Arcola. Every time there's an accident on Arcola, my heart beats because I don't want a fatality there. It's unfair that we have wasted so much time on putting money into roadways, especially when we have one gateway into the city in the southeast that has the size of Moose Jaw, close to 30,000 people out there, and we've got a gateway, one gateway, and we've got a few others, but we heard from the delegation last week, all it creates is for more cars on residential roads that shouldn't have that traffic on there. And that's the concern for pedestrians, children walking to school, all of that. So I will leave it there, but I look forward to budget and to have the discussions about how important it is to get this roadway done in the near future. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani, Councillor Mancinelli.
Just wanted to speak to the report and what it tried to accomplish. I appreciate the report. As a councillor for Ward 9 out in the Northwest, I really appreciated Councillor Bresciani speaking on behalf of our residents and the need for this corridor to be looked at and the extra attention of this report to be brought forward. I believe it was important. I sound like I have a couple hesitations about it. And the reason is because the residents of Regina expect us to be responsible with our decisions and how we spend our assets and tax dollars. And when this report was put together, it really struck me about the phasing of it, taking in consideration things like the investment of the original bridge that goes over the top of the ring road and trying to use that asset to its fullest extent before we throw away what's already been built, and widening our COLA leading up to it so that when it finally comes time, everything's ready to go. I think that's what was intended when they talk about phased approach. To try to play with this phasing and move things out of sequence would mean that we take something worth tens of millions of dollars that's being depreciated for the use we paid for already and throw it away ahead of its due date, which never leads to affordable taxes in our community. I hope that there are efficiencies found to find better safety solutions for Councillor Bresciani and her residents, and I have no problems looking for them as long as it's not costing us, as I've said, hundreds of thousands of dollars of tax time to just make a decision. I want to cooperate through this all the way I can, but I really think this report was quite well done. I think the phasing, the thought of how to travel while construction's going on, there was a great amount of thought put through it, and I think it's a very good report, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. My question is for administration, and it's the same question that I asked the consultant last week, and that is, are there any concerns that by widening our COLA that we create induced demand, that actually we create more traffic, becomes a more desired route for people to be taking, and then it creates even more traffic? Can someone respond if they've looked at that as an issue and if there's alternatives to, how we could address that kind of an issue of induced demand?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you through the chair. So I'll refer this to Mr. Seeley, but I'll say a few things. I think it would be different if you're looking at moving traffic. I'll refer this one to Mr. Seeley. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Through the chair. I think when we spoke at executive last week, I think it was, the consultant we had on board talked about that they have considered those issues in the past, and that this particular case, they felt that it was a little bit different. Most of our office traffic, as we've discussed, is an east-west corridor moving to the downtown from those local areas. That the demand is kind of already there. That by widening and expanding on the bridge and such, that would just service the existing demand that's there. And then we're continuing to add existing residents. So I think the thought was that it's a little bit different between major interstates and things like that versus something that's servicing largely commuter traffic east and west to the downtown at these peak hours.
Through the chair, a follow-up question. In terms of the new development that's happening in the southeast corner, would any of those developments be closer to Victoria Avenue? That Victoria Avenue would be the more logical route to the downtown for those neighborhoods rather than Arcola? So I'm just sort of wondering, in terms of the overall planning of the city, which routes people would be more likely to be taking? Would they all be moving to Arcola, or would some of them be moving to Victoria?
Thank you. Through the chair.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I think that as the city develops, people are going to go where they can get where they want to go the quickest.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, with only that one expressway coming from the east, most of those people are using that expressway. And as it develops out, there will be more traffic on it. In terms of the new development that's coming on stream, I would say, and I'll maybe refer this one to Ms. Dawson, but I would say it's more likely that they would access the Arcola route or the Prince of Wales or Assiniboine Avenue routes would be more likely. Ms. Dawson, do you have anything further to add? She says no.
Okay. Through the chair, so in terms of our overall planning of the city, because there is a plan to grow the city outwards and hopefully inwards a bit too, but that outward growth, is there always considerations being made at the same time in that planning of what those traffic routes are going to be and what's going to be the most efficient way to move people, including transit lanes and maybe more cycle lanes? Is that always being considered as we're developing the city? Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair. So of course the growth of our city is outlined and done through a phasing approach through the city official city community plan. And most of that work takes into consideration environment, transit, all of those pieces in the detailed design work of those projects.
Okay, thank you for that. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions about concerns raised by the delegation and also in emails that we've received since this has come up in relation to this study. And I wasn't at the meeting last week, so my apologies if I missed this discussion. But what I'm wanting some additional information on is from the delegation points B and C, so that the roadway extension would conflict with the McKell-Wascana Conservation Park, if that's the case. And I did hear about the consultation with the McKell family and with Ducks Unlimited, but I just want more information about those concerns, and also that the proposed area is zoned as a floodway zone. So more information about those concerns or the administration's response to those.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So yes, we are continuing those conversations with Ducks Unlimited, the McKell family, and as I identified earlier, there are a few different options for the route for that Prince of Wales Drive extension, dependent upon land acquisition and those conversations with Ducks Unlimited. In reference to the floodplain, I will refer that to Mr. Seeley.
That would be considered as part of the detailed design, is how to accommodate, how to design the system for where it's located.
Okay, and in relation to the McKell-Wascana Conservation Park, are some of these routes then would not go through that park, or is that park a part of all of the routes considered?
Thank you, through the chair.
Should I say come in? Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Sorry about that. So there are different routes. Some of them would be more impactful than others. I can't say specifically as to how much of an impact on the conservation. Obviously, we would want to have as little impact as possible on that area. And again, as we move through this project and work with the stakeholders, we would make those decisions. I don't know if Mr. Seeley has more to add.
Through you, Mayor Masters, there is an existing road right-of-way that goes all the way to the north side of the creek. The Kell Conservation Area is to the east of that. On the south side of the creek, there is a small piece where there was the original road alignment was proposed way back in I believe it was the 90s. But there are routes that were laid out in the report that did not go through any of that conservation area.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakinian. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions maybe, and some comments. First question would be, extending Prince of Wales. If we have a crystal ball, how many years would that be? 20 years, 25 years from now? What's the estimated time? Don't know, guess?
Well, I think it's in the phasing and finance, phasing plan, but go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you through the chair. I believe it in the current phasing plan, it would be within the 5 to 10 year time range, depending on the completion of the design and detailed design and all of the land acquisition comments, etc.
Okay, thank you for that. So just the common meaning is that 10, 15, maybe more, all depends how that works. So question would be, how long should the residents in the southeast wait to have a little bit of help to get them out of, and like the delegation said, it's the east and west travel. On the comments too, I believe the city, when the subdivision was planned, you notice how wide Arcola land around Arcola Avenue is. It was built for our purpose for future. And so when I look at that, that is the future for now. And if you look at the recommendation on the short, medium, and long term, I look at Arcola Avenue is as a short term, and you need that because as the southeast grows, we need to move the folks around. Arcola Avenue to Saskatchewan Drive, we know that the land's been acquired, and we know that there's a discussion of widening. All of that process, all of that planning is there already. Servicing agreement fees, if I may ask, collected in our southeast, built up for the last 20 years. Will we know if it's a question that you don't have an answer for? That's fine. But I'm curious about how much of that servicing agreement fees have been spent. I know that you can go anywhere with it, but how much of that has been left or spent in the southeast? Guesstimate 5, 10, 15 million, 10, 20?
I realize Mr. Lacey is away today. He might have a better handle on this. Ms. Dawson, anyone?
Through you, Mayor Masters, actually, I couldn't speak to how much of the servicing agreement fees that are collected have been spent in specific areas.
I understand that, thank you. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm thinking about as the subdivision would develop, there's money put aside for roads, how folks get in and out of there. So there's money there to help some of to relieve some of the pressure from the southeast. Next comment or partial question, or first will be the question. Taking Prince of Wales to Wascana Parkway, aren't we just shifting a traffic and traffic load or traffic to someone else like Broad Street and Wascana Parkway by doing that? I should have asked that to the consultant. Have we looked at that, but taking road to something like Wascana Parkway, it is a 4-lane, is fairly residential, university, going to Wascana Park. So the comment would be, is anyone thought about that we're just going to be relocating traffic from Arcola and Prince of Wales to Wascana Parkway and to Broad Street?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So that was taken into consideration. And in the TAP traffic flow study, and Mr. Seeley might be able to add more, but in the study that was done, it was determined that a lot of that traffic, as it's coming through, it drops off the closer it gets to downtown. So a lot of it comes around University, legislative area, and then tapers down as it gets to downtown, and that those streets would be able to manage the additional flows. Mr. Seeley, do you have anything further to add?
Through you, Mayor Masters, largely that's, I agree. The Prince of Wales extension to Wascana Parkway would take traffic off Arcola, and then it would, there's some excess capacity with that existing interchange in Wascana Parkway. And as was mentioned, that as it comes across the interchange, it starts to kind of peel off to the various areas, whether it's the government buildings in the park or downtown or other areas in the south to the downtown.
Okay, thank you for that. So my final comment would be is 15, 20 years of getting that road done. Something needs to be done now. I believe at the executive, the vote was ongoing, switching from, where am I here, the medium, taking the long and putting it back to medium. So the short, medium, and then the other one goes to Prince of Wales going to the long. I'm all in favor of that. I believe that Councillor Brashani spoke to that. So I'll be supporting, if that's what we're going to be doing, I'll be supporting that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Seeing no further questions from council, prior to closing it off, I just have a couple of questions that delegation's presentation raised for me. Ms. Bryden, do you know how long the Prince of Wales extension has been contemplated?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I'll refer that to Mr. Seeley.
I know I know it's been in certainly in the 90s. It was contemplated. There is an existing road right-of-way that's been there for some time, and I know we've done some studies in the past in the early 2000s, like 2012, I should say, specifically on that roadway.
Thank you. I'm fine with the estimate. Thank you very much. Councillor Moll, did you wish to close off debate?
No, thank you.
Thanks very much. City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council, we have a mandatory legislative break in 5 minutes. Our next item up is CR 22-77, for which we have, I believe, 13 delegations. I'm going to suggest we take our legislative break now at 2:26. We'll be back at 15 minutes at 2:41, and we'll start with the delegations. Thank you very much.
And its expertise and process, which should actually be praised. The Government of Canada's National Research Council has an excellent process in place to improve the NBC on a 5-year cycle. They have an evidence-based approach and a consensus-based process, and it's the right model in place, bringing a diverse group of experts around the table and from across the country. They focus on improving homes, and they also bring a cost-benefit analysis to all of their points, a scientific research, and industry realities to the review. So at that table are a very diverse group of individuals and industries, and my colleague from our national office here will speak about that a bit more. But for me, it was important to bring that in, to highlight that, because it also impacts real estate as a whole. When regulations is the best route to address a specific issue, the national process improves the likelihood that building regulations across the country will evolve to address the best interest of Canadians, because the NBC serves as the model for building regulations across the country. And while my next sentence will not be a popular view, and it's probably bold to hear, the City of Regina does not have the capability, the time, or the resources to actually have that process in place. To have the right experts at the table, to debate those issues, to put a cost-benefit analysis to all those points, and to actually look at the evidence required. I would argue that no municipalities in this province actually have that process in place to make sound decisions with the right players at the table. A bit of history for you. In April 2017, the final report on the Joint Task Group on Residential Sprinklers, which was nationally, considered a wide range of issues, and its cost-benefit analysis, which shows that the cost of mandating sprinklers would far outweigh the potential benefits. The research estimates that investing more than $1 billion per year would prevent only 1 death and 3 injuries per year. This is a magnitude higher than internationally accepted values for lives saved and injuries prevented. And so in December 2018, the Canadian Commission on the Building and Fire Codes rejected the proposal changes to the National Building Code to make automatic sprinklers mandatory in every single-family home and residential buildings up to 3 stories. Many supported this decision, which came after a decade of research that made it clear that the costs associated with mandatory sprinklers far exceeded the benefits. And the number of fires occurring in Canada has fallen dramatically over the years, and I know you've heard all this. The reduction in fires was achieved through better education and technology for smoke alarms without the need of mandatory sprinklers. The most important point I do want to address, however, is affordability and our competitive edge as a region. Believe it or not, we can actually improve ourselves out of being competitive. Given our association's ongoing interest in housing, affordability, quality, and choice for Saskatchewanians, we have been supportive, and in the end, it doesn't matter if we have great jobs in Regina, top-notch amenities, sport complexes and hospitals, and even great schools. If housing is out of reach, if housing choice and price brackets are poor in diversity, people will not move to Regina and they will not stay. Most importantly, you create a competitive disadvantage between the region. In fact, if we don't build housing policy with region in mind, and I know you've heard me say that housing is a very local issue, but you have to keep your region in mind, we will push people out of our city limits. Research shows that people are more than willing to drive 30 minutes out of the city where the price difference caused by regional disparities by regulations such as this will mean they will drive 30 minutes for a more affordable home. They will do that. Research demonstrates that. So once affordability has been eroded, it's very hard to fix that. And I know we can look at our neighboring provinces to see how some municipalities and provinces have a very hard time tackling that. So our request to you, I know my 5 minutes is up. My request to you is to take a hard look at this. I would humbly recommend not moving forward with this. I think these are important questions, but affordability and competitiveness are issues that should be considered as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gret. Councillor LeBlanc has a question for you.
Thank you. You referenced a study which found mandatory fire sprinklers in homes would save 1 life and 3 injuries. 2 questions about that. 1, was that on a national scale or was that within a particular province? And 2, can you again provide the citation for that study?
It was a national study, and it was done with the National Building Code. I don't have that study with me. But my colleague here, who's at the National Office of the Canadian Home Builders Association, will certainly have more comments about that, Mr. Miller. But it states here, the research estimates that investing more than $1 billion per year, and this would be for regulations across the country, would prevent only 1 death and 3 injuries per year. This is magnitude higher than the internationally accepted values for lives saved and injuries prevented.
Thank you. And to follow up, it may be better for your colleague. Do you know how those numbers were reached? What was the methodology to estimate the life saving?
Thank you for your question. I was not at that table. I can tell you who is at that table. Canadian Home Builder Association is at that table. The Association of Firefighters is at that table. Some scientists, economists, academics. Those are the individuals that are at that table doing that research. I don't have that expertise, but we rely on the research that comes out of that table very much.
Thank you. I'll ask your colleague. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Can you just give your expertise, if you know any municipalities or anything where it's mandated for to builders to provide an option to homeowners?
We do know that there are other communities in the province who have looked into this. The city of Saskatoon has looked into it and decided not to move ahead with it. The municipality of Swift Current, I don't have the years here, and I think one of my colleagues will address it as well, looked at this in terms of would they fund a fire station or do residential sprinklers. They opted to offer a tax rebate on their property tax of up to $4,000 to cover the cost. It turned out after the fact that the cost was actually higher than $15,000 per home, and those individuals are opting not to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Garrett. I'm ask you to return to the gallery. I'd like to call upon Delegation Cameron Chiquette. Mr. Chiquette, I'll ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer questions. Good afternoon again.
Yeah, my pleasure. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and City Councillors. We could be thankful I didn't have to sit quite as long as the last time I was here a few weeks ago. So great to see you all. My name is Cameron Chiquette. I'm the CEO of the Saskatchewan Landlord Association, an association that represents over 700 rental housing providers who collectively own, operate, and manage over 50,000 rental housing units for the people of Saskatchewan, including over 30% of this city's population. I reside in Saskatoon, and it's my pleasure to be here not only on behalf of rental housing providers, but on behalf of the Saskatchewan Housing Continuum Network, which is only about a month and a half old. And we're a network dedicated to ensuring that there's a healthy and diverse housing mix in Saskatchewan. And you're likely aware that we released a report about a month and a half ago that showed we need 100,000 new housing units in Saskatchewan over the next 8 years as we look to 2030. And good news, CMHC came out just last week and actually came up with the exact same number. So we aren't far off on 100,000 across our great province as we look to 2030 and 1.4 million people in Saskatchewan. That's a compelling call to action for public policy decision makers like yourselves when encountering decisions like this, that we need to incentivize development, that we need to support backyard suites like you did just a couple weeks ago, that you need to ensure that homeowners and that prospective citizens of the city have choice, have diversity, and have affordability to choose from. In Regina, for example, purpose-built rentals like the ones built by several members in new neighborhoods already have sprinklers. So I want to focus specifically on small and medium-sized rental housing providers who will be extremely negatively impacted by this mandatory fire sprinkler policy that's on the table today. Be it those backyard suites or townhouses or duplexes that are being built in infill or greenfield developments that will automatically have a larger price tag tagged on, which again takes prospective renters and homeowners out of the home ownership or the rental game. In your annual report for 2021, there was $3 billion cited in investment in the greater Regina area. All of those investments require construction workers and employees for decades to come. And those people need a place to live. They need an affordable place to live, an affordable place to raise a family, learn, live, work, and play. And when we consistently put burdens in front of developers and rental housing providers, they do go elsewhere. And I can speak as a citizen of Saskatoon that we are seeing significant growth and that the Saskatoon Council there is looking to incentivize development for affordable housing. And I think this council needs to do the same. And by supporting this policy, I think it's a step in the wrong direction. And frankly, folks, the Fire Master Plan said it pretty well. Tens of thousands of dollars of time and money into a massive consultation of which we were proud to be a part of, demonstrated that education and prevention were other potential recommendations to ensure that life safety is protected. And there are a number of delegations that are going to come up here and say, we don't want this to come. And I don't think we need to polarize that with a headline that says we're not in favor of saving lives. We are, but we want to make sure it's done in a prudent, in a financially responsible way that protects the affordability of this city and ensures that consumers can make a choice if they want sprinklers or not. So with that, I'm open for any questions and would encourage council to not move forward with this policy and protect the rental housing and overall housing industry in the city to make sure that we can build 100,000 units in Saskatchewan and support those folks who are coming in as we look to a tremendous amount of investment in this city over the coming years. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Choquette. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Choquette, how do we make sure the consumers are given a choice about whether or not to install sprinklers?
I believe the city of Swift Current examined mandating home builders or developers to have a conversation with a potential client for a new home build or a renter. And the conclusion that they came to, from my recollection in talking with previous council members in Swift Current, was that once consumers understood the cost, they weren't adopting it anyways. And that mandatory conversation was relatively quick once a quote was pulled from any number of providers in Swift Current or Regina or wherever the policy was. So, you know, council is certainly able to perhaps draft a regulation to require home builders to have a conversation with their clients. But ultimately, when John Doe or Jane Smith realize that it's $10,000 to $20,000 on their new home price, the conversation ends pretty quickly.
How do we tell the homeowner, the home purchaser, what the increase is going to be? So at this council, I don't think anybody on this council, having listened now for 2 weeks on this, can say we've heard $4,000 at a low end and $18,000 at a high end. So how do we get a number that's credible
I think
that home purchasers can rely on?
I think we can go to the local market, as our colleagues at the Home Builders Association has done, and get quotes that are right from our local business owners who would install them next week for anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000. I think we have to look at the local market as to what they're going to provide currently if they were asked to install sprinklers right now.
And finally, Mayor, would you include in that local expertise on the installation of sprinklers?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I see no further questions coming from council. Thank you very much for appearing again
My
before
pleasure.
us, Mr. Choquette.
Thank you.
And I'd like to call upon Delegation Dan Turgeon. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council and the opportunity to answer their questions. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Masters and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My presentation today is of course, in regards to the mandatory automatic fire sprinkler for new residential homes. My name is Dan Turgeon. My business is Town & Country Plumbing, Heating and Electrical. Town & Country is a mechanical contracting and service company that's been serving the city of Regina and area since 1963. We're approaching 60 years of being a partner with the home building community in Regina. I'd like to request council to not vote in favor of today's motion to prepare the necessary bylaws to mandate automatic fire sprinkler systems in residential single-family and multifamily homes. I agree that fire sprinklers save lives and prevent injury. I'm not convinced, however, this is the best investment collectively for homeowners and for the city of Regina. A realistic budget for the installation of fire sprinklers in residential single-family duplexes and townhomes can range from $10,000 to $15,000, depending on the specific plan and layout. The budget should include the cost of the system, the servicing cost of the 1-inch water main and water meter, the supply and installation of double-check backflow devices, framing, bulkheading, and finishing to meet the requirements of the sprinkler system design, as well as ongoing maintenance and the financing costs of the investment in the mortgage. Over the past couple of years, our builder partners have seen mechanical and electrical scope increases of 15 to 20%. I understand as well that there have been substantial increases in other construction materials and labor. Regina's new and move-up homeowners are seeing substantial increases in the cost of their homes. Affordability is a substantial challenge for the residential construction industry in Regina. The added expense of fire sprinklers will force citizens to choose the CMA area communities to build a home and raise their families. This will impact the City of Regina's future tax base on residential homes. There will be an increase in families that pay taxes to the towns and municipalities, but continue to use the city services. A City of Regina bylaw which substantially differs from the National Building Code will create a plethora of unintended consequences. As a participant in the construction community, I can attest that it is very difficult to operate in jurisdictions where there's significant divergence from the National Building Code. Town and Country operates with many different codes in mind. We are bound by the National Building Code, the Canadian Electrical Code, the National Plumbing Code, the Natural Gas and Propane Installation Code. We can expect that the City of Regina inspectors, PBI inspectors in the outlying areas, and TSASC inspectors all hold my team to the same national standard as if we were working in the Greens on Gardner or 10 minutes away in the Spruce Creek development. As is current practice, homeowners have the ability to choose whether they would like to invest in automatic fire sprinklers for their homes. Overwhelmingly, homeowners do not place value in this investment and choose not to proceed with the installation, feeling that the National Building Code for hardwired smoke alarms and the requirements for party walls between adjoining suites provide the safety they find necessary for their families. I am concerned and disappointed in the process and the lack of consultation that is concerned with regards to this motion. I request City Council to direct the administration to undertake a full and complete study of this issue with the participants to include city permit and fire officials, the Regina Region Home Builders Association, the Canadian Home Builders Association, members of the Canadian Automatic Fire Sprinkler Association, and most importantly, citizens who are in the home buying market. I am sure a few of our Regina's fine home building companies would be able to engage as well to provide a full and accurate budget to the participants on a selection of different types of homes so that a pragmatic discussion can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turgeon. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, your closing comments on the study necessary and looking at it through that context, is that something you think is needed because this is of importance to the community? Or is that a point of agreement trying to find a middle ground for what's put before you on the table today?
Clearly, the vote at Executive Council last week demonstrates that there is certainly an appetite amongst councillors for protecting the health and safety of citizens. And I believe further consultation with the community and citizens who are really engaged in the process of buying a home, just to be able to get a sense of the value that they place on whether or not, you know, the budget of $10,000 to $15,000 is something that they feel that would be required for their families.
Thank you. Through the chair, you're a business owner, you pay taxes. What type of resources do you think would be a fair investment into something like this for the industry you represent? I've never been in the building industry. Every time we lift a pen, administration starts doing work, and that comes at the taxpayer expense, and all of us end up paying that. In your just imagination, if I could bug you for a second, how does that vision when you say that? What does that sound like in dollars? Do you think there should be a big spend to find an answer, small spend, no spend? What do you think?
I would think it should be a small spend. I mean, I think that there's been originally considerable studies completed by the National Building Code Committee. And I think we could look to some of those documents as well for to believe that the National Building Code really should be our standard of which we build homes. And if it isn't a require of the code, then how is it that the city of Regina would mandate it necessary?
Appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Councillor Mancinelli, I'm intrigued by your suggestion that we have a full and complete study. Do you think such a study would help clarify some of the points of debate, price, insurance, water main pressure, all of those kinds of things which seem to be confusing right now? Do you think such a study would clarify those?
I believe it would. I believe it would tie all of those different experts together. Yes, certainly the price of what I read in the minutes of a budget of $4,000 to $5,000. I'm not sure that that's achievable. In the bit of research that I did over the last week, a lot of those quotes came out of the Calgary neighborhood that were debating mandatory fire sprinklers, and most of that information was from 2019. So I think some clarity needs to be had around that budget so council can make an informed decision. Is it 4,000? Is it 10,000? Is it 15,000? Home Builders Association has received a couple of quotes from the local market with regards to it, and those estimates have been in between $10,000 to $12,000. Recently, we were engaged to do the mechanical in a care home in the Greens in East Regina, and as you know, care homes, it is a building code requirement to have fire sprinklers. Our sub cost from a sprinkler fitter for that project, as was required by the engineer, the cost for that project, which was about a 2,050 square foot care home, so it had a few more bedrooms than a regular family home would, but certainly a residential build. That sub cost was $16,500. So I guess that gives evidence to our budget of $10,000 to $15,000 is more appropriate than $4,000 to $5,000.
Just one follow-up. Do you feel that such a full and complete study would have a useful educative value, not just for council here, but for the citizenry in general?
I believe yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Shaw.
It's okay, Mayor Masters. Councillor Hawkins already asked my question. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Shaw. I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for presenting this afternoon, Mr. Turgeon, and ask you to return to the gallery. I'd like to call upon Delegation Evan Hunchak. Welcome back, Mr. Hunchak. I'm still going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to present and the opportunity to answer questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try and stay brief here. I respect all of your time and everybody else, so should only take a minute or two. I'm the general manager at Dream Developments, and I'm responsible for the communities of Harbor Landing and Eastbrook and Coopertown. I'm here today to voice our objection with the motion and would request that the automatic sprinkler system motion be denied, or at the very least tabled and further studied. The reasons, I guess, would be as follow. First, there has been very limited, I would say almost no community consultation or industry consultation on the matter. Second, there has been very limited to almost no due diligence completed on the matter. To even understand the complexities of such a decision, if it were to be approved, I know former speaker was indicating costs as it relates within the four walls of a home. That's not my expertise. My expertise is subdivision and community design. So that's where I feel very ill-prepared even to present today, because I don't understand all the trickle-down impacts that would be involved as it relates to the zoning bylaw or the development design standards that the city regulates as a result of this. By that, what I mean is what would be the new size of the system within new communities for water? Do we even have a sufficient water system that's capable of handling this? What would be the minimum service connection sizes be to homes? Presently, I'm aware of a few homes that have been constructed in our communities that needed residential sprinklers at the request of the home purchaser. And in those cases, the service connections had to be increased from 1 to 2 inch. So that comes at a difference in the cost. I don't even know what the flow rate, or the pressure would have to be in the system to accommodate this. So as we come forward to City Admin next month with our next zone detailed design application, say in Eastbrook Phase 4 for approval, what would City Admin look at as it relates to the design parameters to approve our system? Because if this is mandated as of January 1st, 2023, obviously the system would have to allow to be capable to produce the pressures and the flows that's required for this. I think it is clear that that further study is needed, as the previous delegate indicated, for the City Council to make an informed decision on this. I think additional consultation is needed with the industry and the community in order to make an informed decision on this. I think a third-party risk management review could possibly be completed to make an informed decision on this. And ultimately, a comprehensive work plan, along with all the regulations that will be impacted at the city and what that implementation plan looks like. Because as of today, I don't see any implementation plan. It's basically, if City Council were to approve the motion today, this would cause not only chaos within the residential building industry, it would cause chaos on your own admin. And we respect their time. We try to use their time efficiently. As Councillor Hawkins previously indicated, and I think Councillor Mancinelli, any hour that they put in futile effort is just a waste of taxpayer money, and we try not to do that as an industry. And I just see a lot of unanswered questions and frustrated time between trying to work together. Lastly, I would just like to urge you to please take your time in consideration of making such a significant change. The cost, whether it's $5,000, it's more likely $10,000 to $15,000, I believe, and I'm not, stating that inaccurately. From speaking with our home builders that we work with locally and in Alberta, that seems to be more appropriate cost. I do feel that that better could be used in advancing energy efficiencies, such as net zero within our community. I think that would be a far better value for the money. I personally took the National Home Buildings course last year and became certified a builder in net zero energy. And I understand that. I had to write the exams. You could use $10,000 to $15,000 per home and you could make it net zero ready, right? To me, saving our planet and everybody, the billions of people that inhabit it, as well as even, all the other species, to me, that seems like a far greater use of $10,000 to $15,000 per home. Than mandating sprinklers. So little nervous today. Again, this is totally out of my wheelhouse. I'm not a building code expert, so I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions as it relates to, say, community design.
Thank you, Mr. Hunchak. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. In terms of the report, that could be used to deflect, delay, or to actually get proper evidence. If we did go ahead with that, and the evidence came back to suggest it's less expensive than what we're seeing, the cost on infrastructure is less onerous than what we've been told, and it actually wouldn't have any impact meaningfully on where people decide to live, would your industry respect the outcome and change a position on this mandate?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Through the mayor, I would always respect any decision that City Council makes. I just think if you value the cost relative to quantifying to save people's lives, I think this ranks very low on that. We make decisions as it relates to risk on a daily basis. There's a network of pipelines that cross through the community. We manage density around those pipelines. Those come at a risk. Those come at potential fatalities to the population. I think there would be, you could probably come up with a list of 100 or more items that would be just better value, regardless of what it costs for sprinklers. So I just think, yeah, sorry for the long-winded response, but yeah, that's what it is.
Thank you. Follow up to your last point. Sounds like if we're going to be tinkering with requirements and new builds, we would be better to spend time, energy, and industry resources with net zero and energy sustainability above and beyond the existing code requirements. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, well, through the mayor, you have your energy and sustainability framework. As a developer in the city, I would like to try to lead by example and advance net zero. You know, we're trying to do that within our new communities. I think decisions like this would work against that because you've just added another $10,000 to $15,000 of cost to a home. Where do you find the next 10 to 15 to try and improve energy efficiency? You know, it's all a matter of trying to put your dollar to the most impactful way that you can spend it. And I don't think that this is a positively impactful way compared to net zero.
Agreed. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Honchuk, I heard you say that what's needed here is further study to make an informed decision. Would that study help us to know whether we should be investing money in net zero stuff or in sprinkler stuff? To put the question another way, do we need that study to answer the very question that Councillor Stevens asked you?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Hawkins. Through the chair, I think the study is an olive branch to try and find a win-win outcome. If there is interest to further review this, I think probably the actual study itself is a waste of time and money, but you know, I think it would prove out itself that if it was to be studied, it would be clear as day that energy efficiency would be a far better use of the money versus, say, sprinklers.
And you make that statement confidently, indicating that you have a lack of knowledge, as do all of us, about things like water pressure and the exact pricing and all the rest of it. You can still make that statement without some kind of study?
Thank you for that question. I think because there's such an unclear implementation plan, it will come out that there is a far larger cost than what you believe there is. We don't understand the entire magnitude of what is being asked here today. Like I had just previously said, I don't know how, we wouldn't know how to design a new water network. So until those details would be developed through studying this in further detail, one couldn't make an informed decision because you just wouldn't have all the facts. We wouldn't know all the costs. We wouldn't know all the trickle-down cascading impacts as it relates to city departments, what that relates to maintenance, whether we're adding more fire hydrants or less, larger fire mains or less, whether we have to increase the pressure systems within the city. I don't know the answers to that. But I think just with the added complexity to it, it just will surface that it would be, you know, determined to not be a good idea, just like National Building Code has identified, you know, the target to bring forward net zero energy efficiency within the building code to be adopted in 2030. That's a statement that they have been moving forward with 10 years in advance to ready the home building industry. They are not looking to make mandatory sprinklers effective 2030. So I have a lot of respect for those in that field and the intelligence, and I put my trust in them because they would be the experts in that field. I am not.
The city's recently adopted fire plan called for further study in the sprinkler area. Do you think that's a good idea?
Thank you for that question. I wouldn't be qualified to answer that, sorry.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. Hunchak, might have one or two. There's much chat right now, and I appreciate your acknowledging that it's potentially the agreement to a study as an olive branch to find some compromise based upon a vote of last week. Do you suppose that the city of Regina would come to a different outcome than the National Building Code experts?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. I don't know how to answer that question. I suppose you can vote however way you would like, and regardless what the study says. you're able to make whatever decision you want. But I would think if you tried to look at it in a scientific, impartial manner, that you would probably conclude the same thing that the National Building Code concluded.
Thank you. Could you describe the design standards for a sprinklered subdivision?
Sure, thank you for that question. I guess the city regulates development design standards, which your current planning and engineering branch review on an annual continuous basis. And they look at best practice within Canada as well as what works locally. And as I noted, on an annual basis, they review every standard that would adhere to the infrastructure system. So there's the water standards, the wastewater, transportation, and parks and recreation. And those all have different standards, which are basically the design parameters and the guiding rules to develop a community that would be most efficient in servicing the future population. And that's where we have our official community plan that rolls out 50 people per hectare has been determined to be a good population density, and incorporation of lanes is needed in order to achieve that, and that would provide optimal servicing for that future population of Regina citizens. And that comes to optimizing what that network is so that you don't have to overbuild, but you also don't underbuild the network. So as it relates right now, the fire flow predominantly is the guiding design parameter when it comes to designing a new community. That being said, the major trunks in the city still operate on a peak flow hourly basis in order to design them, because they are a lot larger. But generally speaking, pretty much every single main within a new community would be governed by the peak fire flow demand. That peak fire flow demand, I think, is 250 liters a second in medium to higher density areas. And because everything is medium density now, basically that would be the standard that we utilize to develop that network. What would be unclear to me is whether that network would be able to be reduced in size, or it would be maintain the current size, or even increased in size because of this decision. Because one could make an argument for all three of those options. We asked our consultant engineer, Stantec, if they could provide guidance on that, and they basically concluded the same. It would be a matter to determine that through the City of Regina, because you could come up with scenarios where you'd be able to reduce the water network in size, possibly saving some money. You come up with scenarios where you would maintain it at its existing size, that there wouldn't be any cost savings, and there would be actual examples you might have to increase it as well. So that's why, again, I'm a bit ill-prepared to answer any of these questions, because there has been zero consultation. We asked Stantec to provide us an informed decision on Friday afternoon that they got me yesterday. We had great studies like the OCP and the zoning bylaw. They took 3+ years to review, exhaustive public consultation, got it pretty good. There's, as you know, sitting here, there's sometimes that there's issues with our OCP and issues with our zoning bylaw. So I don't understand why this would be any different than the OCP or zoning bylaw, and why City Council would mandate it in 2 meetings with no consultation and no understanding of the impacts, let alone the implementation plan. So hence my frustration, but I believe to be honest, so that's how I feel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunt-Jack. Appreciate your being here today to present to council and answer our questions. I'll ask that you please return to the gallery.
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Evan Laskew. Mr. Laskew, I'm going to ask that you please state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Evan Laskew. I am here today representing Avana Developments, Inc., as well as myself as a citizen of Regina. I live in Regina, and I just want to state our opposition for this. So I'm going to stick to a bit more script with what I've prepared. So forgive me for my lack of eye contact. I will try my best. Vanna Developments opposes the implementation of mandatory fire sprinklers for all residential home builds. I know that's in consideration right now, but that is the gist of our position. Vanna provides both affordable and at-market rental property, and its rental property developments are designed to comply with all required facets of current fire protection legislation, code, and bylaw. It is our belief the municipal requirement to add fire sprinklers exceeds the real-world requirements necessary to ensure the safety of occupants and residents of the City of Regina, and will provide marginal impact on safety at a high cost. In order to provide affordable housing, developers must provide tenants and prospective tenants requiring attainable housing some certainty on rents, for ethical reasons as well as for compliance to the requirements of various levels of government. Substantially increasing the construction costs of new and again, I would place quotations around substantially, that's a subjective statement. Increasing the costs of construction for new units jeopardizes developers' ability to provide this certainty, or potentially will inhibit development of new residential units that fit into residential neighborhoods better than large apartment complexes, noting that they, as well as senior living facilities, are required to be sprinklered, and that this bylaw would not have any impact on developers of those types of buildings. There has been mention today made by other delegations regarding the National Research Council. So again, an anecdote from 2019 from Phil Rizkala, who is the Director for Construction Research and Development with the Council, indicated that they did look at that and did not find sufficient evidence to justify the implementation of sprinklers. The Council consulted with a number of stakeholder groups, including the Canadian Home Builders Association and the Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association in making their decision. To quote him, the result was that the recommendation for residential sprinklers in single-family homes was not accepted. He did note, again, the requirement in apartment buildings and senior care facilities. Rizkala said building codes in recent years have upgraded fire safety measures for smoke alarms, like requiring battery backups for them and requiring them in every bedroom and on every level of a home, and for hardwiring. If you have a finite, he stated, if you have a finite amount of resources allocated to the building of a home and you can either put smoke alarms or a sprinkler system into it. The committee looked at this and said, we prefer to put smoke alarms. He said this, adding smoke alarms can help people detect danger before a fire actually breaks out. Again, to quote him, there were a lot of other measures put in the code, and the committee at the time felt there were so many other measures we could not justify putting sprinklers on top of all the other measures we were putting in. Again, National Building Code is updated every 5 years to keep up with new technology and safety standards. 2020 is the most recent version, and it will be up for review again in 2025. So their recommendation on this matter, we will have to wait and see. A few other points on some of my thoughts personally and concerns and discussing with my colleagues. I think that consumer choice should always be considered in a liberal democracy and society operating loosely under the basis of free market theory. For rental-focused companies, prospective tenants have the choice to seek out accommodations with sprinklers, re. senior facilities or apartments. They also have the opportunity to demand this of their city councillors, which, again, further consultation would be needed to determine that on your ends. They have the opportunity, as an affordable developer participating in the HIP program, the qualifications for the program are within the purview of the City of Regina, and we would therefore welcome any requirements in that program for sprinkling as directed by council. Again, noting that we disagree with the requirement to sprinkler any residential building. I note that any sprinkler system will require increases to minimum rents that are kept under the program, or would require additional subsidization to install sprinkler systems. For non-HIP units, rent increases would be required to support the amortization of the sprinkler systems. This is, again, something that would be passed on directly to the consumer. It's not the builders who bear the impact, just like any carbon tax or many other forms of legislation like this. The impact on insurance rates, while decreasing the fire risk, increases the water damage risk in a rental situation. And speaking with a couple of our insurers, we would expect to see higher insurance costs. Again, the quotes are subjective and vary, so I will not go into them. That is the general consensus that I've been able to discern. Again, these are going to be passed through to consumer costs in a residential rental setting, of which I represent the interests of. Wet systems are certainly more affordable, while pre-action systems are something that I like the idea of better. if you have an accidental trigger from a tenant or somebody's throwing a ball around in a basement suite and their child hits a sprinkler, we have a large amount of damage and have to make a claim for that. That's a dangerous position for us. So there would be an increased cost to that, and I would encourage in any study performed to evaluate the costs of both wet and pre-action systems. There are inspection requirements to be considered. That will be an annual expense, as well as best practices to undergo routine inspections on wet systems. In my opinion, it is a poor time to consider implementation of additional mandated costs when residential construction costs have increased in the neighborhood of 25%, from my experience, from pre-pandemic levels. We are also anticipating additional code-based costs related to energy efficiency, and I do note that for sprinklers, and to Mr. Hunchak's point, sprinklers and energy code, I do not believe, are mutually exclusive. The industry operates according to free market theory, legislation, and mandates accepted. And its adoption of technology as a result of countless business decisions by countless business owners operating within their regional frameworks. For residential renters, the owner is able to dictate very stringent controls around smoking as part of lease agreements. With good property management, the prevalence of smoking in rental units can be made quite low. The Fire Losses in Canada report 2007 indicates that major causes of fire fatalities in Canada were smoking at 22%.
Mr. Lasky, I'm just going to tell you, you're past 5 minutes, so if you could wind up, that'd be great.
Okay, absolutely. I did not talk about costs directly. And what's the best part to wrap this up on? There are several items that should be considered by council as far as the uncertainties in implementing this. I can provide a comprehensive list at a later point. And while I will say you cannot put a price on human life, unfortunately, the so-called dismal sciences of economics and actuary science, as well as the careful consideration by federal, provincial, municipal, and extra governmental bodies must work in tandem to make decisions that will save and will ultimately cost lives. This happens every day. As a builder, the recommendations of National Research Council and the requirements of the National Building Code represent a well-contemplated, reliable source that have fairly weighed the risks associated with all available technologies for fire prevention and fire protection. If council were to approve this today, it would be a very interesting outcome for developers in the community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lasky.
Apologies for the overage in time.
I will open it up to the floor of council. Any council members have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Hawkins?
Mayor, Mr. Lasky, I have this image that you've created in my mind of a home sprinkler and kids throwing balls around and stuff like that. Can you describe what a home sprinkler and a sprinkler system would look like?
I'm building our organization is building a residential apartment building at the moment. These are going to be a wet sprinkler system. So again, just what you might imagine in your mind's eye. It has the little mercury-filled filament that will burst on reaching, I believe these ones are 250 degrees, well below flashover. I think that's 1100 degrees. So that's what I'm envisioning for these types of systems without any additional consultation or discussion of the requirements that we're actually talking about here today.
So you're envisaging those things you see that stick down into the ceiling?
Ceiling, wall, some of the smaller ones in the wall. There's various models that I've looked at while looking at systems for the apartment.
If you look up at the ceiling in this room, you'll see a bunch of little white dots. Do you know what those are about?
Those are your fire sprinkler systems.
Do you think they'd be safe in a home if a kid was throwing a ball around? Or if Councillor Stevens threw a book at me?
I think that's reasonable. Do they come at a cost premium? Through the chair, sorry.
One other question. Some have suggested in your industry, indeed, I think Mr. Niebergall suggested it, that your industry could play an important role in educating prospective buyers on the pros and cons of putting in a sprinkler system. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, one of the points, through the chair, sorry. One of the points I had meant to mention is I am and have been since my start at Avana. I've been working on a program for Avana to educate our tenants on fire prevention and fire protection. Insofar as sprinklers go, I certainly could build that in, but of course, until we have sprinklers in our dwellings, that will be for information purposes only. We are trying to do our best to manage risk in that way. I think education is huge. It's been far too long since I've seen a stop, drop, and roll commercial or things of those nature that are directed by government or media bodies.
Could, as part of your piece, you educate prospective purchasers before they bought one of your homes on whether or not they should consider a sprinkler system?
Now, again, making this distinction between a built-for-purpose developer and a single-family home developer doing custom, very difficult for spec homes where they're being built and sold after the fact. For custom homes and for pre-builts where the consumer can pick what they're getting, I think offering them the opportunity to choose a sprinkler system with the added cost is something that we as an industry should be providing. Again, I think choice is imperative in free market.
You make an interesting point on pre-built homes. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Lasky, and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Alex Miller. Mr. Miller, I'm going to ask that you state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you. My legs are too big to fit under this seat.
I hear you.
But that's okay. I'm comfortable nonetheless. Thank you all for allowing me to be here today. My name is Alex Miller. I'm with Big Block Construction. I am a builder in Saskatoon. We focus on affordable and entry-level homes. However, the hat that I'm bringing here today is actually from the National Association. So over the years, I have spent a lot of my time focusing on the community side of it, working on our local associations and the provincial New Home Warranty Group. And I'm lucky enough now to actually be able to be here to represent the national home builders on their response to the situation that we're in here today. So Canada's National Code Development System and our objective-based national codes, they're highly regarded internationally, and they actually are considered among the best in the world. The issue of mandatory sprinklers in homes has come up repeatedly. However, consistently it has been rejected for very good objective reasons by code authorities throughout Canada on basis of effectiveness, affordability, and because, quite frankly, there's just better ways to address the fire safety concerns. So finding the best solutions to address the housing challenges is very complex. And if we have a few minutes afterwards, if anyone has a question, I would love to share my own perspective on this. But with respect to the Nationals' work that they do, the best construction minds in Canada work on these issues continuously through something that's called the Canadian Commission on Building and Fire Codes. And that's responsible for all the integrated national code documents, which include both the National Fire Code and the National Building Code, which we've referenced earlier. The Commission continuously has rejected the need for mandatory sprinklers in homes. So this Commission and its standing committee have reviewed multiple code change requests calling for mandatory over the years, and have commissioned multiple cost-benefit analyses. And so the fact that we're being asked about them today, I think, is fantastic. There's a lot of information that's out there, lots. Okay, this has been studied for many, many years. And they have repeatedly confirmed that the high cost of fire sprinklers does not justify the potential benefits. And I'm not going to repeat some of this that some colleagues earlier today talked about. This has been through careful deliberation and collaboration with all the stakeholders. So in 2017, I believe one of the councillors asked for this, there was 10 years of research had culminated into the Joint Task Group on residential sprinklers. And so there was a report that was done, and it talks about some of the dollars. This is pre-COVID, pre-supply chain, 5 to 18,000, give or take. And again, it came down to 1 death and 3 injuries for $1 billion investment, which is just, quite frankly, orders of magnitude higher than internationally accepted values. I know when I first read that, it was kind of hard to put a price, but I guess people do, right? This is where the studies come in. So, although sprinklers are not mandated, sprinklers are not mandated by the National Building Code, the Commission has made more significant, meaningful improvements in the code, including hardwired smoke alarms and, of course, some party walls. So, It's also critical to recognize that the building construction and the codes that govern them, they're very, very complex, okay? That is why the Code Commission works very hard to get things right, and it brings hundreds of the best experts across the country to find the best solutions to avoid unintended consequences. And if anyone is a housing nut like myself in the 70s when we had an energy crisis and we came out with some new code changes, there were some amazing, unfortunate, unintended consequences which put everyone on their heads. And it's actually extremely important that we don't repeat the past mistakes, and we need to make sure that we are learning from what has happened in very similar scenarios. So, and the difficult piece with this is, and it's been stated, it's simply a capacity that the municipality does not have given the complexities of the building science. And the other part that's really difficult is making changes to the code at a municipal level. It takes it out of alignment with the national code. And that's actually, in my opinion, a very, very dangerous exercise that municipalities should avoid. You see, as a signatory of the Construction Codes Reconciliation Agreement, under the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, the province of Saskatchewan committed to reducing variations in building code requirements and aligning with the national level to avoid issues such as exactly this. And the whole point of it is also to increase efficiencies in regulation. So by circumventing this joint federal, provincial, and territorial code development process to develop your own code requirements by means locally is a very precarious path, and I think it can lead to very major problems for the municipality. I'll skip over a piece, but I know there's some more great information in here with respect to some of the myth busting and T-building. I think Stu's going to talk about that. And I think in closing, I would just say as a builder and a developer, I can't stress enough the need for all of us to work together. My reputation, I think, would help stand for that as a community builder throughout Saskatchewan. We need to find the most effective and affordable solutions for the residents of Regina and for fire safety and all the regulations that affect housing. I have focused my company on building social housing. And it's really important that we focus on the real problems and the challenges that we have here across our amazing province and country. So with that, thank you for listening. You have a very, very important decision to make. I think this is an extremely material decision that you are in front of you today, talking in the order of tens of millions of dollars. I hope you apply the same level of due diligence for the Regina residents that other communities throughout our great nation have undertaken when faced with such an important decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Council has some questions for you. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, well, thank you for coming. And secondly, are you aware of any other municipalities across the country that have mandated sprinklers at the municipal level? We've heard of cases where they've existed perhaps in a subdivision or an area, but are you familiar with any, and if so, where?
Oh yeah, I'm not very great with rules, so sorry. Through your worship, it's been a while since I've been in council here. So my understanding over the last week, once this became known, and all of a sudden the wheels were in motion from everyone to figure out what is happening, and clearly you've heard it already earlier today. Based on the conversations that I've had with the colleagues in Ottawa, no, this would be a first. Okay. There has been, I believe, a subdivision in Swift Current, and that was based on distance to fire halls, and there was a very long and interesting study actually I read about a development in Calgary where the developer, through years and years of consultations with the city, and when the city wanted to put a fire hall in place, because that timing wasn't conducive to what they wanted to accomplish, they worked with them to negotiate an alternative solution. And then, so I believe part of the subdivision was built out with sprinklers to accommodate, but that was on the developer's side of it, and they led that, and that's why a lot of the pricing they could get down, because we're talking like thousands and thousands and thousands of homes, which just doesn't realistically happen when someone comes in and buys a home. But the developer controlled that, and so that's why they could control the cost. But then, from what I understand and from what I've read, and a lot of the reports that have come in, talked about it is now on a voluntary basis. Once the fire hall was built, it's completely voluntary. So this would be a first if it's mandated across North America.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask you as well about why there is such a difference in the range of costs. So we've, like even in your report, you say between 4,500 and 17,500. That's a huge difference. So through the chair, do you have, your thoughts are it depends on the scale of the project?
Yeah, great question. So, okay, so I'm an engineer by trade, so the glass isn't half full or half empty. It's twice as big as it needs to be.
Oh.
Okay. So why the range? So I think this is where you can see it from all perspectives. I mean, if you're looking at one sole source developer who is installing, thousands and thousands, there's going to be an economies of scale, right? That you can work through. And so I think that's probably why some of the numbers would be on the lower end. I think on the higher end more represents what industry would see on a typical process of a one-off installing a sprinkler system. And like I said, though, the report itself, the Joint Task Group on Residential Sprinklers, it has a lot of really, really great information. And again, I'm also trying to get up to speed over this. Over the last week, it's been quite hectic. And yeah, anyways, I'm looking forward to going home for my kid's last day of school today. So I hope that answers.
Okay,
You won't
yeah.
make it. I won't make it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. First in North America, that's the first I've heard of that. So thank you for sharing that stat. Just in regards to, you said this has been rejected many times, but it's also been researched extensively. And so again, we've been talking here about, more consultation with industry. Is that even needed with, again, all of the information that has been shared and studied previously?
Oh, so now that's a great question. And what's the best way to answer that? So I believe it has been studied at length. And from my understanding, it has been studied at length because safety is a very important concern and it should be studied at length. Similar to some previous conversations that were shared, the building code addresses this, and when the building code, it's quite a process to make changes, and then it's quite a process to accept those provincially, and then there's a process to accept it with builders and move to the market. This has a home, at the end of the day, safety has a home in our building code, and safety has a home in our fire code, and so they look at that consistently. So I don't know if there's a diplomatic answer to this, being the chair of the second VP of the National Home Builders. My own personal opinion is this is not where our real problems exist. This is, and I think the colleague said it earlier, it would be an olive branch. I don't believe there's a problem here. We have a problem around affordability. We have a problem around energy, and we have a problem around productivity. And we have the other codes and regulations to help follow, to ensure that we're building to the safest practices that we have. So in my opinion, I don't actually believe that it's needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Hawkins. Oh, no, I apologize. Councillor Moore.
Just have a couple questions for you. You said you don't know of any municipalities in Canada. Probably have other delegates speak to this. I'm aware of many in BC and a couple in Quebec as well. So I'm just not sure if you're aware of those specifically. No. Okay.
I'm not yet.
I'm also aware in the United States of America, they have an international code that speaks to mandating sprinklers, and specifically California, the whole state there does have a mandate as well as others. So are you aware of those?
I'm not.
Thank you.
There's no further questions from council. I'm going to ask a couple. Oh, I apologize, Councillor Shaw. I didn't look at my computer screen. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I'm not there, so it's kind of easy to forget me. Just a question. You said that you're an engineer, so you maybe can have some clarity on this. I've looked into a few things. Can you talk to us what the issues would be about the issues with residential sprinklers and the existing residential pipe sizes that we know are about 3/4 that are in the ground already, constructing residential subdivisions. Can you talk briefly how that might, what will happen in that instance through the chair?
I'm not sure I heard the question.
Councillor Schatz, really, it got a little muffled there. Could you ask that question again?
Sorry. What are the issues with residential sprinklers and the existing residential pipe size we know are about 3/4 size that are in the ground in these already existing constructed residential subdivisions? Can you talk to that?
I think the question is around infill and with existing pipe sizes. And okay, thanks, Councillor.
That are already there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm not entirely sure I can add much value on that. I know on our larger multifamily developments, a lot of work is done into the engineering and design of it to bring in the proper services. On existing infill and single-family homes, I mean, until the analysis is done on the flow rates and how that impacts the community, I mean, I can't speak to that.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I was just wondering. I'll maybe ask the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Who determines the flow rates? Yeah, I'm
Which
asking
perspective?
you. I'm
Within the
asking you,
homes?
Yeah.
So engineers do. Engineers would use now Mr. Hunchak would be the best as a developer, as a land developer to probably explain this, but during the initial processes of application, work with the engineers to design the systems based on the initial zoning or the future zoning occupant loads, and it would be done at early development stage, and then that kind of sets the groundwork for the initial, and then throughout the number of years or decades it takes to develop, it would depend on more large complex buildings are looked at by an engineer specifically on each separate building, depending on what the outcome is, and then every single family home, I mean, again, until one has an understanding of what would be required, those conversations haven't happened yet.
Thank you for that answer. We heard quite a bit executive last week from folks within the sprinkler business about the simplicity and ease which fitting out homes and subdivisions within the city of Regina would be achieved. From your experience, is that a reasonable estimation given there's 8 in the province?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I didn't partake in last council's meetings, so I didn't hear exactly what was said. Yeah, I guess I'm more kind of under the understanding of, we've signed a trade agreement to be aligned across Canada on reducing some of the barriers so that we can solve some of the major problems that we have in the housing industry, which is affordability and energy and productivity. And if anyone's been following some of the recent stats, we're 4 million homes short. We'd have to double as an industry every year for 10 years to get caught up to that. And so code changes are taken very serious, and that's why we have fire codes and building codes, and they're all integrated in the Canadian Commission on Building and Fire Codes. So there is a process for it to circumvent this. I don't see the logic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. I have no further questions from council. Thank you very much for presenting this afternoon. Ask that you return to the gallery. I'd like to call upon Delegation Stu Niebergall. Mr. Niebergall, you know the drill. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council. I need you to state your name for the record as well as the organization you're representing, and you'll get those 5 minutes at the end of it. You'll get 5 minutes and then the opportunity to answer questions. Thanks. Go ahead. Good afternoon, sir.
Excellent. Stu Niebergall, President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. The Regina and Region Home Builders Association is disappointed in Executive Committee's rush to a decision on a walk-on motion to mandate fire sprinklers for January 1st. This is, as you've heard all day long so far, a very impactful and moving from a debate on a report to mandate outcomes in a matter of moments is not a collaborative process. What we were most surprised at the outcome from last week's Executive Council meeting was how the expertise of the Fire Chief Jackson and Manager of Building Standards, Kelton Comrie, was dismissed. We acknowledge the sprinkler lobby was very well prepared with arguments that certainly pull at the heartstrings. With that, they made some assertions that are unproven in Regina. The sprinkler lobby suggested sprinklers could be integrated into a home for as low as $4,000. We have no evidence but their say-so. Our inquiries into Swift Current and the Calgary subdivision of Livingston shows that without significant accommodations by the City of Regina, installations will be far more expensive than the sprinkler lobby stated. This requires significant more due diligence, and a focus should be on getting this right. The sprinkler lobby also suggested infrastructure costs like water flow could be cut to a subdivision, resulting in significant capital savings of infrastructure. Today, there is no engineering studies by the City of Regina to demonstrate this assertion. At the same time, it is unknown that the city would accept any changes to design standards or building standards to realize these cost savings. The Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association suggested that there is capacity in the pipe fitting industry to accommodate all residential builds. That will now be tested in 2023. We don't believe the sprinkler lobby even knows the capacity. We have already heard from commercial developers that have shared that they are having real problems with the sprinkler industry being able to complete their projects timely and are experiencing supply shortages and significant price escalation. The sprinkler lobby delegates who presented last week all stated that homeowners would expect significant discounts on home insurance prices for having a sprinkler in place. Our initial outreach to the insurance brokers of Saskatchewan and a cohort of Regina-based insurance experts found the very opposite. Not only are insurance discounts for sprinkler homes rare, many insurance providers are now charging a premium and capping damages to as low as $10,000. This places new homeowners in a very significant financial risk. The insurance brokers of Saskatchewan just confirmed before today's session that Saskatchewan homeowners are already twice as likely to have damage from water-related loss than from fire and theft combined. With the decision to mandate fire sprinklers in all new homes, City Council may be creating an oligopoly, a state of limited competition. There is no incentive for the fire sprinkler industry to sharpen their pencil or bring innovative solutions. And as much as we believe Councillor Moll has pushed this forward and championed it with very good intent, it must be recognized that according to his own bio on the city website, he installed sprinklers for 11 years and now represents the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union. And as Councillor Mancinelli pointed out, there has been no consultation with the public or other stakeholder groups. Even consultation with our industry has been minimal. We appreciate the thoughtful questions Mayor Masters asked the delegates and administration last week. They remind us that we need more scrutiny on this. And there is so many questions that you've already heard much of today that we need to be answered from city infrastructure, impact on affordability, determining the true cost of implementation, implications on design, in the near term, the potential need to rip up streets in new and existing neighborhoods to increase water flow and pressure, just the tip of the iceberg. The Regina and Region Home Builders Association now strongly recommends that the City Council rejects the mandatory sprinkler motion. And if that is not palatable, we recommend Council directs the City Administration to do more, to do the proper due diligence and bring back a collaborative recommendation. And if the Council chooses to go down that path, we strongly recommend a proper risk management approach by a third-party professional to look at all the data and assertions that have been made to City Council. Again, our recommendation is that you do reject this mandatory fire sprinkler motion. And that's the end of my presentation, and glad to take any questions.
Well timed. Mr. Neagle, Councillor Stevens has a question for you.
That's great, thank you. Through the chair, a question about representation. when the report was first the motion was first advanced, city staff kind of has a list of folks they consult with. You were on that list as the Home Builder Association. Your community here says they were blindsided. Who did you contact in the industry to involve them in the dialogue and then represent their interest to administration?
Well, I think it's a very fair question, and I think to better understand that, I think you need to understand how the industry was first consulted. So Fire Chief Lane Jackson did consult the RHBA in 2020 and 2021 about mandating automatic fire sprinklers for the Fire Master Plan. In 2020, we provided a paper titled Perspectives on In-Home Fire Sprinklers. Fire Chief Jackson considered our paper along with the many other references and submissions that included the sprinkler lobby. The conclusion in the Fire Master Plan was mandating automatic fire sprinklers was not recommended, and a focus on education. City Council approved the Fire Master Plan in November of 2021, but did instruct the city administration for a report on the jurisdictional ability of the City of Regina to mandate automatic sprinklers. The report produced by Kelton Comrie, the manager of building standards, was very narrow in scope. This was the first report Kelton had ever written for City Council, and while some discussion occurred with the RHBA and our paper was submitted, it would hardly be considered a consultation. Since the city report was so narrow in scope, it was not designed to consider or address the many items and questions that you've heard today or have those resolved. So were our members aware of the scope of the work being done? Yes, the question was in that scope is does the city have jurisdiction in this area? And the report answered that particular question. All the pieces you've heard today, those were not things that were considered within this report, and I believe that is where our industry is feeling blindsided by that.
So would it be fair to say in yes or no terms, you did not reach out to your members and ask for input? You simply did the research and presented it to administration?
I'll own that. Yes, that would be fair.
Going forward, would it be fair to say that we should probably, as a municipality, go around you as well to look for stakeholders instead of hoping that the home builders will actually do that representation?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's a shared responsibility. I think we are always learning in that area, and I think that's an important takeaway for the association. At the very same time, as I've shared in the past, our association does represent the majority of the industry and a majority of the land development and a majority of the home building production. It does not include everybody. Yes, so that's a fair assumption.
Thank you. Question about who council should listen to and the information we should make sense of. You've used the word lobbyist several times. We've heard from the real estate lobby, the landlord lobby, the home builder and development lobby. Fair enough. Everyone has their own expertise. Your suggestion here is that the sprinkler industry is rent-seeking and different than roofers, plumbers, electricians. What makes that industry any different than any of the other building trades that are essential to actually constructing a neighborhood or a home in terms of the value and objectivity of their account?
Well, I think, for me, and we've got to get my head wrapped around that question for a moment, as an association, we've always been very proud of our role in investing in bringing insight to public policy decision makers on matters that affect the residential construction industry. This is why, our association is registered with the Saskatchewan Lobby Registry and CHBA, the National Association with the Federal Government. So when Executive Committee asked the Canadian Automatic Sprinklers Association was a lobby group, they firmly stated, very definitively, no. However, the CSAA, who has sponsored the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs report, Myth Busting and Team Building, a win-win approach to advancing residential fire sprinklers in Canada. And by the way, a great report that I know Fire Chief Jackson, has referenced in the Fire Master Plan. They were sponsors of that, and they also describe in there that they represent sprinkler installers industry in Canada, and they are members of the HFSC, and they are advocates for the sprinkler trades, mandatory certification of sprinkler installers, and other programs that benefit their member companies, and that they are also listed under the National Trade Contractors Council of Canada umbrella, which is a federally regulated lobby. So CSA and the group you did see, like they are a lobby group, and so I think the question that comes there is actually to your point. You've got all these lobby groups, and to think that the Sprinkler Association is not one, that is fair. I kind of reference back to the Fire Chief Association, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs report here, and I just want to reference to this one piece here. Oh dear, and I didn't flag it here into the right place. Please do give me a moment. It's going to take me a while to find this, but what the piece in the report is basically stating, for fire officials and for the home building industry, when it comes to code changes, are the two organizations in here that really have the view of either safety or cost in mind, and that every other type of organization, whether sprinklers, whether roofers, whether material suppliers, who are lobbying for code changes, are very specific to their industry and gain, and have the added benefit of gaining financially from those changes. And I think that has to be recognized.
You've spoken to the Fire Master Plan on several occasions, as have others. Section 7 of the plan talks about the value of sprinkler systems, encouraging their use and installation, recognizing how they save lives and reduce injury for firefighters entering a fire. Would you be supportive of one of the options in the report, which is basically to mandate builders to ask and engage with potential buyers about the installation?
Yeah, again, a very great, very good question. When Chief Jackson consulted with us on the Fire Master Plan and had placed that in it, and it is in the report. I mean, as an association, we committed to education in this particular area, and we'll meet that. That commitment. Again, I think when we look at option 2, I think most of our industry, I think would, the preference, as you've heard all day, is the code process already answers this particular question. And the question about a olive branch was mentioned earlier. This to me is a very good example of this. I mean, I think initially the industry may be a bit begrudgingly embrace this option, but it is much more feasible than mandating sprinklers. And I would commit the RHBA to supporting the industry in both education for consumers and getting compliance with the industry, with building standards. And I do believe if that's the path that we're going down here between our very positive relationship with building standards and fire and protective services. I mean, I think we could find a way that makes that work. That would be palatable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins. Oh, I apologize, Councillor Moule. I apologize, Councillor Hawkins. I keep doing this. Councillor Moule.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question about insurance costs and the information you got from the association, I believe. I just wanted to clarify one thing. So I just updated my bio. I'm working as a steam fitter, pipe fitter. since April 2021, and not in the industry. I'm currently working at the Yara shutdown and previously the co-op shutdown. So
Councillor Moll, do you have a question for the
I
delegate?
do. So insurance costs. I know that most of the companies don't offer a discount, but probably the largest or one of the largest in the country, Cooperators Insurance, does. Are you aware that they offer a considerable discount for fire sprinkler installations?
Yeah, so at executive committee, executive committee, CASA and some of the other delegates spoke to that. CASA, if I recall, said they have the most aggressive of anybody in the country at 7%. Again, it's anecdotal right now. I don't know if anybody here on council is Cooperators insured. We had a friend since last Wednesday on their home go back to their own policy and have that re-quoted from Cooperators, and it turned out to $107 savings on the sprinkler by adding those to their home. So that is a very minimal type of savings for the significant costs. But I think what has to be remembered here, which is very important, is two things. When you add the cost of the sprinklers to the house, that is something that has to now becomes part of the value of the house, and that pushes premiums up. That doesn't bring them down. But the other part about this, which is again very important, is with the addition of these sprinklers, insurance companies are seeing that as a greater risk than actually fire. And so they are starting to reduce the cap rates, some as low as $10,000. So if you can imagine, you are a young family, you've qualified for a mortgage, you've purchased a two-story home, for whatever reason, human, whatever, even for its rarity that it could occur, that sprinkler on the second floor fails, and it'd be very easy to get to $100,000 worth of damage, and you have a $10,000 or a $30,000 cap rate. You own that different financial difference, and that is a big ask to put on the burden of homeowners.
Again, it seems to me you referred to the other insurance companies, not corporate insurance. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Stu. So first off, just in regards to the representation of the Regina Home Builders, I would suggest also, it was an assumption that they were engaged.
Mm-hmm.
So for council, I think it would be important to understand that. Is that something in the future that you would be able to, maybe even in your presentation, be clear on?
I think that's a very fair ask. And again, for me, again, I will own that personally and take this away as a good learning experience.
No.
At the same time, it would be horrendous and awful to put that on my shoulders, that you make a decision based on that because of my failure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Assumptions both ways. So I just have a question in regards to, you've indicated seeking a third party to maybe bring the groups together to have a consultation process. I guess the question, and now that I've learned even more in this week, I guess the question I'm wondering is that necessary? There's been so many studies and so much now information out there, the costs. Again, what would we see different than we've already heard today through the chair?
Again, I think that is a great question. And as I've listened today, when Fire Chief Jackson first brought forward the consultation on the Fire Master Plan, we wrote this paper. We introduced that paper and shared it. I thought I had learned a lot. In fact, I might even have thought I learned everything I could know about fire sprinklers to put that together. I will tell you, in the unprecedented amount of calls and questions in that, I have learned so much in this past week. And the more I learn about this, the more I learn what I don't know about this particular area. But as I go through I go through this process, I think the question ultimately comes down for council on this. Isn't about safety. It isn't about cost. It's actually about trust, right? To your question, there, because as I've gone through these particular pieces, I feel personally very confident that as you go through, and you're going to hear some other speakers after me, are going to have a very different perspective, and you're going to have to ask yourself this question: Do we trust the perspective of the sprinkler lobby? Do we trust the perspective of the home builders lobby that is here? I would like to hope that over the years we have built a reputation with council in terms of our credibility, even though we don't always agree. At the very same time, I do believe if you go through that exercise, I don't believe you'll be going through that exercise for consumers. I don't think you'll be going through that exercise for the industry. I think you'll be going through that exercise to answer the question: do you have trust in the Home Builders Association or the Sprinkler Association? And I think that's, fair. I will, personally will respect any decision you make you make in that area. But I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. And so, but with that recommendation, it's not just about getting a facilitator or a consultant to do this as our recommendation. It is really about, if you go down that path, about getting a third-party risk management consultant to do that particular work. Somebody who can take all of this material, all of this evidence, and very objectively bring you back data to inform your judgment that has removed as much emotion from this conversation that you possibly can.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Council, we are at or slightly past the 90-minute legislative break mark. We're going to break for 15. I'll see you back here at 4:35. I'd like to call upon Delegation John Edwards. Mr. Edwards, you will introduce yourself for the record, please, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which they'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon. Mr. Edwards, you may have to press *6 in order to be unmuted. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, I believe you're unmuted now. Are you there? I'll try one more time. John Edwards, are you available? I believe you've just muted yourself again. Mr. Edwards, we can't hear you. If you're speaking to us right now, we are unable to hear you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
There we go, sir. Please introduce yourself for the record, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is John Edwards, and I live in Georgetown, Ontario. I'm here today representing Troy Life and Fire Safety, I'm the national sales manager for the Fire Protection Group. Troy is a 100% employee-owned, 100% Canadian-owned company with 30 offices spread across all 10 provinces, including offices in Regina and Saskatoon. I started my career in fire protection in 1979. Over the next 40 years plus, I've had the pleasure to have worked in every province and to have lived in 4 of our provinces. In 1984, I successfully worked on a tender for the installation of automatic sprinklers in the Billis family home. These are the Canadian Tire founders in Calgary. So while residential sprinklers have been around for quite a while, the adoption of them has been quite slow. I wanted to talk to you today about 3 key points. Fire sprinklers are the best way to prevent loss of life and injuries to the homeowners, their families, and the firefighters that rush in to save us. First, after recently reading an NFPA report on home structure fires released in October 2021, I wanted to share some startling statistics with you. Of all the fires in the US and Canada during the study period, 26% of them were in homes. And that 26% of fires caused 76% of the fire deaths and 72% of the fire injuries. I'll repeat that because I think it's worth doing so. 26% of the fires caused 76% of the fire deaths and 72% of all the fire injuries. There has not been one recorded fatality in a fully sprinklered home in Canada. Fire sprinklers save lives. The second point I want to make is about the amount of water used and the amount of toxic runoff that goes into the sewers or is leached into the ground and into the water table. The cost to put water into the street mains is staggering. We don't think about the amount of water used to fight fires, but maybe we should. When one considers 1 or 2 sprinklers that would operate in a residential fire, they'll discharge approximately 12 US gallons. So if we say 2 heads are flowing for 20 minutes, that would be roughly a discharge of approximately 250 gallons. When a fire department arrives on the scene, they will use at least 2 hand hose lines, discharging over 100 gallons each, with water flowing for at least 20 to 30 minutes by the time the fire is fully developed. And usually, as I say, for much longer. When we do the math on that sort of discharge and runoff, we're talking thousands of gallons. Fire sprinklers save lives and the environment. I also want to talk about the short and long-term risks to our firefighters. They're the first ones to rush into a burning building without thought about their own personal safety. They're the ones who are bearing the brunt of the newer, more flammable, more toxic building materials and furnishings that are in our homes today. The rates of cancers and other diseases is on the increase, with more and more cases reported every week. Fire sprinklers will contain or extinguish that fire before the fire department arrives. The occupants have had time to escape, and the need for rushed entry is diminished. They can approach the scene carefully to mop up the hot spots, if any. Fire sprinklers save lives, benefit the environment, and reduce firefighter injuries in both the long and the short term. We are the contractor that's working at the Livingston development site in Calgary and have installed sprinklers in almost 2,000 homes there. The incoming water services are 1 inch in size throughout that subdivision. And the installation there has pricing averaging about $4,000 to $5,000 per home, with approximately 1,400 to 18 square foot sizes of homes. We're now involved in the second subdivision in Calgary with a different developer, and we're also installing residential sprinklers in single-family townhouse complexes and low-rise residential in cities across the country. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. Although residential sprinklers have been slow to be adopted, the time has come to change that. Fire sprinklers save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I have a question for you from Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much for appearing today. I noted in your presentation, you noted that 26% of fires were in their home, 76% of the deaths were caused there, 72% of the injuries. What's that in raw numbers for number of deaths and injuries? And in those raw numbers, what's that representational for the population it's covering? So is it 1 in 100,000 or 1 in a million or 1 in 5 million or 300 million?
Some of that information I have, some of it I don't have. And the information is available in the tables, but I'll just read the next opening paragraph in that same report. And that's during the 5-year period, fire departments responded to an estimated average of 346,800 home structure fires per year. These fires caused an annual average of 2,620 civilian deaths and 11,070 civilian fire injuries, and over 7.3 billion in direct property damage.
Understood. So from that piece of information, would I take that the number of calls for fires wouldn't change, so the stress on the fire department wouldn't change, and most likely the insurance aspect wouldn't change from the sprinklers going off, but we could potentially save a couple of those injuries? Is that how that would read out in real life terms?
Yeah, I think you would save those lives, and you would save those injuries and the long-term health benefits to the firefighters. Absolutely.
Thank you. In your report, you also mentioned the effects on water and pollution. And just thinking of the energy and amount of manufacturing to start installing a whole extra manifold and piping system in every home. Supply chain, do you have any idea or concept how the effects would read out that way on an energy and sustainability front, or any thoughts of that nature?
That's information that I don't have any information on. The header and the piping network is relatively small when it's a dedicated system. Basically, there's a backflow preventer, usually a non-testable backflow preventer. And then you have a control valve, and then you go on out to the sprinklers within the home. So again, it's a relatively modest installation. But in terms of how that would compare to manufacturers' costs and energy efficiencies, that's something I just don't have information on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Moule.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for coming to speak. It's great to have a local Regina fire sprinkler contractor speak. I want to ask you about Calgary, the installations you're doing there. So can you install fire sprinklers in new homes in Regina for the same price of $4,000 to $5,000 as you were doing in Calgary?
Provided we have the same efficiencies we're working on in a subdivision on several homes at a time, yes, I know we can do that. Again, if it's a freestanding independent one-off home, there may be a nominal increase to that price point. But yeah, if we're working in a subdivision, that is directly transferable into Regina.
Excellent, thank you very much. I'm just wondering, you talked about this maintenance-free backflow preventer. I know some people in the room are aware of what that is. So can you speak to that in regards to maintenance in Calgary?
Sure. NFPA 13D, the standard for 1 and 2 family homes, calls for basically a visual inspection, which can be performed by the homeowner on an annual basis. So you're not necessarily bringing in an outside contractor to do that inspection. So the ongoing maintenance cost is relatively low. As well, we put through a passive purge backflow preventer, which means it's tested every time, oddly enough, the toilet is flushed. The backflow preventer and the sprinkler system actually feed a remote toilet within the house. So that when the toilet is flushed, basically the backflow is tested. If the backflow fails, the toilet won't flush. The call will come in, will come and service the system. But that's another way to eliminate cost and reduce passing on additional inspection and maintenance costs to the owner.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moule. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So just in regards to the statistic information you provided, do you know what the number of deaths in Canada per year are in non-sprinklered homes?
I'm afraid I don't have that information available at this time.
Okay. Thank you. That would be important to, I think, compare to. Thank you.
Perhaps some of the other presenters who will follow me may have that information for you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I just have one question and follow-up. to your presentation, you're making the case that the time is now. So in 2009, my understanding out of the United States, I believe Councillor Moule referenced this, the United States, 2009 edition of the International, Residential Code included a requirement for 1 and 2 family dwellings as well as townhomes to have mandatory sprinklers within them. Since 2009, from the last update in July of 2019, 46 of those states have removed the mandate for sprinklers in these homes. Do you have any understanding as to the reason why that might be?
That's a very, very good question. I can perhaps say that, as was referenced by an earlier presenter, that there are various interest groups that make representations during discussions like this. And perhaps in those circumstances, other voices were heard when perhaps others should have been considered.
Thank you very much for that answer. I see no further questions from council. I thank you very much for being present today to present to council and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Joanne Gauthier from the Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization that you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon. Joanne Gauthier, are you available?
I am. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Joanne Gauthier, and I am the National Field Operations Manager and Western Manager for the Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association, and I am out of Cochrane, Alberta. So I want to start by saying thank you for recognizing the importance of fire sprinklers and giving us the opportunity to speak about life safety and that every life matters. So I will be making reference to a research paper which we refer to as white paper, and it's called Myth Busting and Team Building, a Win-Win Approach to Advancing Residential Fire Sprinklers in Canada. We've recently launched this, and it was shared in advance with the Canadian Home Builders Association, hence the reason a prior delegate referred to it. And I am confident that you're all in possession of this document. I understand that it was circulated to everyone in the Henry Baker Hall, which includes the people sitting in the galleries. So the white paper gives incentives to the builders, and it's CASA's belief that the builder would support it and it would be very much in line with City Council's cost objectives. Now, what I mean by incentives is any benefit, trade-off, motivation, or encouragement that could be financial, social, political, or environmental. And it may be directly sprinkler related, or it may be related to how the parties work together and their broader goals. So what I'd like to do is read the first 2 paragraphs from the CASC, which is the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs President, and shares of the Code Committee's letter regarding the white paper and the purpose. And I'll begin. It has been no secret that the country's fire chiefs have been in support of residential sprinklers in new construction for many years. Jurisdictions where this is the norm have limited deaths in these homes. As such, in our view, there is no question that the presence of residential sprinklers save lives, and that if it were free, it would be done already. There is also no question that there is a cost and a risk calculation on the affordability and desirability of sprinklers for home buyers, builders, industry planners, and others. For many years, we've sat at the table where fire chiefs call for sprinklers and others respond, the likelihood of need doesn't warrant the cost. Our goal in this paper is to change the conversation entirely. The report rests on the assumption that if costs, myths, and misunderstandings can be resolved, we can come closer to eliminating fire-related deaths in new residential construction. And one area that I'm just going to touch on, because Sean Tracy, the next delegate after me, he's the author of the white paper, so he's going to speak in more detail about it. But one thing that I'd like to note is that the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs conducted a survey and a webinar, and there were regarding 9 building trade-offs. And they found that 81% of chiefs were supportive of the mandatory sprinklers. A small number had reservations focused on the cost of sprinklers on small rural communities without many housing starts. Another stat was 76% of chiefs felt that a lack of incentives was an impediment to broader sprinkler adoption. No single incentive stood out as highly favored, but a suite of incentives should be explored. So within the respondent sample, there were several examples of chiefs approving local developments with sprinklers. One of the statements that was expressed over and over was the need to continue public education. And one of the last points of the survey was there remains room to empower chiefs with additional information and resources. So I will lead the white paper and let the author continue on that next. And I'd like to touch quickly on the environmental impacts of fire sprinklers. So back in 2010, FN Global released a technical report called Environmental Impact of Automatic Fire Sprinklers. So this report highlighted that residential fire sprinklers were an important element of green technology for modern homes. The study analyzed the results of full-scale burns of a typical North American home that was protected with fire sprinkler systems and without. So the results were this. Greenhouse gas emissions were cut by 97.8%. The water used in firefighting was reduced between 50 and 91%. Fewer persistent pollutants, such as heavy metals, heavy metals were found in sprinkler wastewater versus fire hose water. The high pH level and pollutant load of non-sprinkler wastewater are an environmental concern, and there was less materials going to the landfill. Now, this is a report I'd be more than happy to share with all of you. Like I said, it was an FM Global report back in 2010. So the national public education is crucial in raising awareness of the importance of residential fire sprinklers. And this would be done through seminars, side-by-side burns, and direct community engagement and outreach. And I'm going to finish with our position at CASA is to change the culture and change the conversation, because fire sprinklers buy time and time buys life. And I thank you, Mayor and council members, for your time.
Thank you very much, Joanne Gauthier. I'll see if my council has any, or the council has any questions for you. I don't see any. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Sean Tracy. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions we may have for you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Sean Tracy. I believe you just muted yourself again. A *6 will unmute you. Mr. Tracy, are you available?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have on my own phone mute. Sorry about that.
There you go. We can hear you now. Please proceed, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Sean Tracy. I'm a resident here in the city of Ottawa. I am representing the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition of Canada. I am a retired deputy fire chief for the city of Ottawa. I am in a non-paid position as the chair of the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition. I have to admit I've been at the sprinkler issue and challenge for over 20 years now. And as Joanne Gauthier pointed out, I am the predominant author of the CAFC white paper that you have seen. The Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition Canada's mission is to mandate all the benefits of residential fire sprinklers. And with that, we have a number of members here in Canada. That's the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, CASA, the Cooperators Insurance Company, as well as the National Fire Protection Association. And we have considerable resources that we make available to the public, builders, fire service, at homefiresprinklercanada.ca that informs on incentives. We also provide detailed research, studies, and market impacts with regards to sprinklers, as well as we host lessons or lunch and learn sessions on incentivization of sprinklers in communities. A couple key points I want to talk about that have been talked about here. There are over 30 plus municipalities right now in Canada that have mandatory bylaws. In BC, Quebec, and others. In the United States, the International Residential Code mandates sprinklers, but a number of states have opted out. States of California, Maryland, and the District of Washington, D.C. all have mandates for mandatory sprinklers. A lot of the provisions we find in the National Building Code are based on 1950s fire burns, St. Lawrence Seaway burns, building-to-building fire spread, and what the building codes of today do not reflect is that fires of today are more toxic than they were just 20 years ago. Homes burn hotter, quicker, and faster, and in fact, from NFPA and UL studies, you have less than 2 minutes from the initiation of a start of a fire before the home becomes untenable, or before you may die in that fire. Within 6 minutes, we have floor collapse, and within 6 minutes, NRC reports that we have building-to-building fire spread. The city of Regina can only get to those fires with its first responding apparatus in less than 7 minutes, and not less than 7 minutes. That is only one apparatus that does not allow them to start looking at things such as control of exposure or look at fire spread. Sprinklers obviate all of those issues and concerns. In the CAFC white paper that we've heard just talked about here, we talk about incentivization of sprinklers as the way to go, where we offer municipal benefits that offset to the homeowners those costs and offset costs to the municipality, creating win-win-win propositions for all parties involved. Sprinklers, we also point out, are an affordability issue and meet the Government of Canada's criteria for that, because we look at changes that we promote in that paper on increasing the prevalence of stacked townhomes and secondary suites when sprinklers are present. I'd also like to rebut a couple of other comments, and that when we look at the costs and the cost-benefit analysis that have been done before, we identified major issues and concerns with regards to how those costs were developed and those benefits were looked at, and that solely measuring cost benefits based on the number of lives saved is incomplete. It does not look at the totality of savings and benefits. It does not consider injury reductions to firefighters, injury reductions to the public, reduced burdens on health care, property loss reductions, insurance premium savings, environmental impact reductions, or municipal cost-saving reductions. Costs that do not reflect these incentives. And the incentives we pointed out again in that white paper. A fire department response time of 7 minutes from the city of Regina has that first apparatus showing up, only commencing to do a 360-degree look at that structure and no control of fire spread. And that's at that time that the floors are collapsing from a basement fire and we have building-to-building fire spread. Sprinklers solve those problems. Water supply capabilities, Fire Underwriter Survey identifies those, and we have much detailed information we can provide to support to that. It is a myth to think that new construction is safer. Only 4% of home fires are caused by either construction design or installed deficiencies. The 96% of those are caused by humans and those stupid things that we do on our homes that cause these fires to occur. And modern content have fundamentally changed how fires behave in these structures. And UL studies have shown that our modern design practices with large open rooms create massive volumes of air that lead to further problems with fire control and containment that just does not exist now. Smoke alarms work, yes, but only for those able-bodied individuals who are able to be alert, awake, and be able to evacuate that home in a minute and a half. Sprinklers save those lives. Sprinklers also permit the developments to proceed before those construction of those fire halls.
Mr. Tracy, you're past 5 minutes. I'll ask that you wrap it up now, please.
Okay, I just have, it's sprinklers, this is a multifaceted challenge. It is a wicked problem, but we believe we have solutions. We've identified those in the white paper. We're willing to work with any parties to be able to highlight and look at those suite of incentives that can be used. But I have to emphasize that voluntary installations do not allow municipalities or developers to take advantage of those incentives.
Thank you.
They do not reduce consumers' costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Councillor Moll for you.
Okay.
I have several questions, Mr. Tracy, through you, Madam Mayor. What is the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition and what do you do?
We are basically an association of associations that are predominantly looking at promoting and providing education, resources, tools to consumers, builders, developers, fire service to educate them on the benefits of sprinklers. So we do that. I, for instance, provide education sessions for free. Lunch and learn sessions we can set up. Other things that we provide for education, we provide free public education materials, as well as online. We provide virtual reality training and other items, all solely to educate on the benefit of sprinklers.
Okay, you mentioned under 7 minutes, which is 6 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a response time in the city. And you said one fire truck arrives. And you started to talk about it. Can that one fire truck fight that fire at 6 minutes and 30 seconds?
No, that does not. In that time, it is just for the arrival time for the apparatus to pull up to the curb and stop. It doesn't include the time that it takes for that apparatus to go and to catch a hydrant, to set up, to do an interior attack. When we look at an effective response force from NFPA and including the International Fire Accreditation, which your fire department is accredited to, you're looking at an effective response force for a single-family fire, a single-family home with no exposures, so no other homes surrounding it, of 14 firefighters. So the time frame for you to get those 14 firefighters is considerably longer than those 6+ minutes. That the council is relying on. That apparatus just shows up, stops, the wheels have stopped, and they reported being on scene.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering a couple different things, kind of a twofold question. Can you cite some of the municipalities in Canada that have the bylaw that we're going to be voting on here? And I'm wondering about that bylaw in these other municipalities. If you'd like to answer that, please.
Right now, there's approximately 30 communities in British Columbia that have bylaws in some form or another that regulate mandatory sprinklers. 2 in Quebec, Côte Saint-Luc and Westmount, Quebec. Vancouver's had a bylaw since the 1990s, as has Pitt Meadows, BC. We have Penticton, Oak Bay, Merritt, Gibson, Esquimalt, Coquitlam, Township of Langley, Surrey, Sydney, White Rock. All of these have introduced bylaws at the municipal level. And a key point I want to point out as well is that the National Building Code does not prohibit sprinklers. In fact, the National Building Code of Canada states that if you build, you have to build sprinklers in accordance to the NFPA standards. It leaves that choice to individual municipalities when they are able to make those decisions. And I will point out, it's because Alberta, British Columbia have laws that prohibit municipalities from putting in bylaws. So we have all of these other jurisdictions that do have these bylaws in place and we can actually put them into place. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you. We had previous delegates mentioned the national studies. Can you comment on these studies further?
We have identified the number one studies that have been taken a look at by the Joint Task Group and others at the Canadian Codes Commission. And we've identified some fundamental flaws with regards to some of those studies that have been relied upon on those when they've taken a look at those. And we've identified those and put some rebuttal comments in those in the white paper, and you can find those. What we've historically found is that, again, as I made in some of my comments, is that when you just solely look at the lives saved without looking at the totality of the benefits and the potential cost savings, it presents a false picture. When we were looking at this and rebutting it initially with the Canadian Code Center, with the National Fire Protection Association, we brought in Dr. John Hall, who was their director of statistics. And NFPA compiles actually national statistics for the United States. He stated that basically the automatic sprinkler systems, sorry, wrong quote I'm reading to you. He basically identified that the vast majority of these, there are major errors and severe flaws in many aspects of the calculation of costs and benefits of automatic fire sprinklers as applied to single-family housing. Every error and flaw is in the same direction, exaggerating costs by multiples of the best estimates of true costs and underestimating benefits by municipalities of best estimates of true benefits. So we had, and that was the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, NFPA brought John Hall in because of some of those concerns that we identified with flaws in some of those studies. And that was presented to the commission and such at that time.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain to me how the USA International Residential Code is written and maybe the specific states? I know you touched on it a little bit. Can you elaborate?
The International Residential Code is like the National Building Code of Canada. It's a model code that is then produced, similar to the NFPA as a national fire code as well. And it mandates sprinklers. It also mandates sprinklers to protect houses, unless the basement ceilings have been finished to protect firefighters. Those provisions are written into those codes, and then individual states choose to adopt those codes or modify them to suit their purposes. It is a consensus-based code that is developed similar to the Canadian Code, which is based on evidence. Code bodies review them, agree to submit them. But then what happens is individual states and jurisdictions choose to either edit or remove provisions. So as stated, California has maintained those provisions. Maryland has maintained those provisions. The District of Columbia, Washington has maintained those provisions. Many other states have removed those provisions based on lobbying efforts of home builders, and their sustained efforts to remove the safety provisions from those codes.
Okay, thank you. I just got two more questions. This is referenced as a concern amongst the home builders and developers, pipe sizes and water supply. Can you speak to that and maybe even some potential cost savings there as they're talking about cost increases?
Right. Now, what we basically identified, for homeowners to be able to take advantage of sprinkler systems, we should be looking and designing all of our new, even if it's a voluntary option, any of our new subdivisions, we should be looking at a minimum of a 1-inch line to service those homes to allow for potential retrofit should the consumer wish to, so they don't have to pay for a curb cut from the municipality, which could be in the city of Ottawa, $30,000 to put a line in for a sprinkler system, which obviates the requirement that nobody wants to put one in. So what ends up happening is you look at a 1-inch line is generally what you need. to be able to feed those sprinkler systems. And that played out again similarly with what we saw with regards to Livingston. The sprinkler systems, we have a non-inspectable backflow prevention valve, have we heard from John previously, to reduce the maintenance on these systems, and they are very simplistic systems. If the home cannot have or does not have that, then there's an option where a small tank can be brought in and installed, which is about the size of a hot water tank, which would then feed that sprinkler system in that home. One of the savings that it does do, as we said, is that the fire underwriter survey's requirements for fire flow calculations can be reduced significantly, and the sizes of water mains are significantly reduced when homes are sprinklered. That's easy. We know from studies that it's 8,000 liters per minute fire flow and a residual pressure of 140 kPa that are needed if you're not going to sprinkler those homes. If they're sprinklered, we can reduce those, according to fire underwriter surveys, down to at least 2,000 liters per minute, much more manageable and the outlying areas that a municipality has. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I definitely think it does. So I'm just going to mention a few of these potential financial incentives. Openings near unenclosed exterior stairs or ramps, openings near exit doors, travel limit to exits or egress doors, walkout basements not considered a story, firewalls not required, glazed openings and exposed.
Councillor Moll, do you have a question?
Yes. I'm assuming all of these could potentially be offered working through the building code department and the province. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're working with the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, are supportive of that, and we're working to try and support that as a code change for the 2025 National Building Code, but there's no guarantee that that is going to be done. All of those changes there increase the opportunities to build stacked townhomes, which are a great way of increasing affordability. As well, one of those provisions with regards to not requiring a firewall increases the opportunity to put secondary suites in homes, either aftermarket or to be designed with secondary suites. Sprinklering removes the requirement to put all those, makes that, again, an affordability piece that we've heard as a major challenge. So all of those help on the affordability. Those were changes coming out of Livingston that have been supported, we believe, from the Home Builders Association, and that the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs also support and are pushing forward because of sprinklering benefits.
Thank you for that point, bringing the $4,000 to $5,000 price point down. I'm going to ask this question that another colleague asked. Do you know how many deaths happened in non-sprinklered homes?
In non-sprinklered homes, it's a good question because Canada stopped rolling up national statistics back in 2003, I believe it was, from the Canadian Council of Fire Marshals and Fire Commissioners. The best that we have from the National Fire Incident Database was, I believe it was 179 deaths in Canada in 2014. Because of some Stat Canada figures. But again, there's some gaps in that some provinces didn't provide national level statistics. But our best guesstimate in Canada was 179 deaths in Canada in non-sprinklered homes and 0 deaths in sprinklered properties.
Thank you very much, sir, for presenting today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moll. Councillor Skibiak.
Thank you. So I've been looking through this report as you've been speaking to us. I do have a few questions about it. My first one is, in your presentation, you were talking about incentives, and it sounds like you're saying that incentives would help with making the installation of sprinklers more feasible. My question is, are you suggesting that the municipality, so the city of Regina, offer financial incentives for sprinklers in this case?
We've suggested that that's one option. Swiss Current did offer initially a financial incentive, but there are other incentives as well that can be considered. That's that's a council decision. But I'll be frank and say I think that there's plenty of other room in other areas for reducing those costs. Things such as the looking at lot line separations, looking at the number of access roads required to a subdivision, spacing of hydrants, the sizing of water mains. But financially, that's a decision that the council can make. We do know of examples where that is done, and Swift Current did initially offer a financial tax reduction, I believe, to those that chose sprinklers.
Okay, and when you talk about other incentives, you listed a bunch of potential cost savings. Is that what you mean when you mention other incentives? And if not, what other incentives are you suggesting that we consider?
Yeah, I'm predominantly talking about, there's a lot of potential savings from the development level, where there's probably the best advantage, as you said, such as the lot lines, looking at reduction number of roads, access roads that come in. Anywhere you have an opportunity where a home builder, or sorry, developer has an opportunity to gain additional lots in a subdivision. We have numerous examples of municipalities across Canada, more so than mandatory bylaws, where they've taken advantage of incentivization of sprinklers and putting those in, where the developers have been able to proceed with developments and have actually been able to put more homes into subdivisions that would have been precluded under their development guidelines because they put sprinklers in. And there's a lot more room, and I believe, by looking at those other incentives, and you may not need to look at a financial incentive.
Okay, thanks. And I also have some questions about the environmental impact section of the report. It's on page 16 of the report I have. So it's saying that greenhouse gas emissions in sprinklered homes were cut by 97.8%. Does that statistic refer to if there's a fire, or what greenhouse gas emissions is this evaluating?
It's evaluating two identical homes that were burnt and studied by FM Global. FM Global is an international insurer, and they did the study back in 2010. And so they looked at the measuring the total amount of greenhouse gases that were emitted by a home that burnt, and then compared that to a home with a fire initiating the same area, same type of fire. And then with a sprinkler activation. So it was two identical fires, one unsuppressed and one suppressed by a residential sprinkler system.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is, do you know if in this report by FM Global, if the environmental implications of sprinkler manufacturing were also considered? So the manufacturing of all the potential sprinklers for homes, was that also considered?
No, that was not taken a look at, and I'll be frank, I don't know of any studies that look at sort of the environmental costs of building and putting in the sprinkler component. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. You've indicated that there are some municipalities that have mandated the sprinklers. What were the issues in regards to those municipalities in order for them? Why did they mandate them? What were the issues? Through the chair.
A lot of the municipalities in British Columbia, for instance, took a look at fire department access, response times. Some of the communities had challenges with regards to limited access roads. They had limitations with regards to street grades and gradients, and they chose full bylaws in those areas. Vancouver, it just was a mandate for life safety issues for Vancouver in the 1990s. Scottsdale, Arizona, same thing. It was just pure and simple. It was the saving of lives. Same thing with Pitt Meadows, British Columbia, and others. They balance that with regards to maintaining or looking at the growth of their fire services and keeping cost of development in check and in place by putting sprinklers in place.
Okay, thank you. I have another question in regards to, I see that you also sit on the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, the working group, and the working group that you sit on is on the Building Codes Committee. Is that accurate?
That is correct. That is correct.
So we've heard today that it's been through the National Building Code. It's been discussed many times there. I guess the question is, you sit on that committee, you're advocating for this, but it still hasn't been passed by the National Building Code.
That is correct. And to our greatest frustration, and that is because, again, a lot of the times it comes down to, similar to an argument we had before council here today, costs. Oh, woe is me. The builders are, I'll be frank, are an extremely regulated industry. But what has not been presented to the National Building Code until we took a look at this white paper now, prepared this white paper, was to look at the incentives piece. And a lot of the code changes proposals that were being put forward was just simply regulate. Well, we said, we need to rethink this entire dynamic and to go and say, we have to present a full, complete picture and offer benefits and incentives because the building industry is extremely regulated. We recognize that. They are probably the most regulated industry in Canada. But at the same point in time, too, we have to be able to sweeten the pot to be able to make sure that we can provide the fire safety component that's needed to protect these residents. Fires have fundamentally changed in 20 years, and the building codes have not kept up. The nature of the constructions have all been about how to build homes cheaper, quicker, and faster, and the fires have changed to be hotter, quicker, and faster. And we have to now, to our detriment, find better ways to be able to get the home builders on board, and that is through incentivization.
Thank you. Just last question, in regards to the work that you do, you said you have obviously gone to other councils and have tried to kind of do the same thing that you're doing today. I guess the question is there any financial kickback, or is it for you to, if it does go through in any way, or is it just passion? To the chair.
When I retired from the Ottawa Fire Services in 1999, I had the agreement of my wife that I would have three passion projects: residential fire sprinklers, continuing to work with the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs to improve better our building codes to protect firefighters, and third, mental health issues for firefighters. Sprinklers is a passion for me. I receive no remuneration of any kind for the work that I do for either the CAFC or for the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition, other than the Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association and the Cooperators Insurance pay my cell phone bill. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bresciani, Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I'm just a little confused here. So if I'm to understand this correctly, in Vancouver and Phoenix and the other cities you named, all the residential homes built since the mid-90s have had sprinkler systems installed.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And their administration, their planning departments are all familiar with the needs of the sprinklers. The question, you must have tuned in from this meeting from the start. Some of the delegates had comments on a lot of confusion on how to even plan this out or price it. But in these cities, this is second nature. These should be case studies they were familiar with. Where do you think the discrepancy may lie, sir?
Well, I think because we've never had the sit-down dialogue with developers, the Home Builders Association, and others to be able to present them and show them these type of opportunities that are presented to them. Because, as I stated earlier, to be quite frank, our approach from the fire services in the past had been that of confrontational, not computational. Take a bylaw, lump it or leave it. Instead, we now promote and show the incentivization and how we can work together to present these win-win-win propositions. And that's the whole nature of this white paper. We've had 25 plus years of experience in dealing with this now with the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition to know what works, what doesn't work. And there's numerous studies that we have that go across the border as well that show the benefits, how they can work, how sprinklering is not a disincentive between two communities comparing each other if they're sprinklered and one's not. The homeowners don't recognize those differences. We do know from studies that millennials, when they buy a home, when they're properly informed, actually choose sprinklers. So we have a lot of research and studies to be able to support that position out there.
I understand. I see the white paper you have here. Every person or lobby who's taking your point of view has cited the same facts. I'm a little bit hesitant because of that, I guess. In the same vein, I have an administration and a fire chief that spoke last week at executive without mentioning Vancouver and the Phoenix. So I'm anxious to ask if they found out any information or how that's come through. And I guess I have no other questions. I'm just rambling now. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Shaw.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, and I'm listening in here. I just have a question. The yearly maintenance costs for servicing these sprinkler systems as per NFPA requirements, what would that run a homeowner, through the chair?
Thank you for the question. The annual maintenance cost, there is zero annual maintenance cost with the properly installed 13D system for single-family dwellings. And that is that they're designed to be simple. They have a non-inspectable backflow prevention valve that we've heard. That was the example and design used in Calgary. And it's a simple annual test to make sure that the homeowner is able to do that. They just simply switch a valve. They get an indication of an alarm, and they switch the valve back. That is all. It's a very, very simple system. That the homeowner, they're left with an information placard by the installer that tells them what to do to perform that test. And so there should be zero testing requirements unless the municipality starts adding additional requirements. And that is not the case in the standard, the NFPA 13D standard.
So another question, we talked about incentives. Incentives to go green, incentives to put sprinklers in. These incentives come from what source of money, through the chair?
The incentives are savings that the developer can realize from getting additional building lots that they can sell in the subdivision by reducing number of access roads, savings on material costs for the install of the number of fire hydrants that need to go into the community, saving material costs on size of water mains that may potentially go in. On the municipality side, you may be saving money with regards to having installed or upgrade fire pumps or fire booster pumps throughout your community in order to get the water flow to those particular areas, saving on water treatment costs, so just to avoid turbidity or stagnation in your water lines because of the design requirements for non-sprinklered properties. Savings now that, for instance, on stack homes, that make stack homes now more affordable, that they can remove some of the additional construction burdens. Those are some of the incentives that we talk about, just some of them.
And you don't, I'm just really trying to wrap my head around the fact of that the cost that's going to cost to install these and to the homeowners and stuff. And why should that be an added cost to somebody? So I go back to, and just help clarify this and explain this to you. I go back to the years when airbags were first invented in cars. I couldn't afford a car with an airbag, so I had a choice. What do you have to say to the people that can't afford those extra costs when they're buying their home? And how can we put that on them and make that something that has to be done? According to the National Building Code, it's not, through the chair.
I like the good analogy with regards to airbags or even ABS brakes. I mean, it's a standard feature we all come to expect now with regards to these homes. This is where we've talked about the issue about incentivization. And if you can explore and take a look at what incentives you can actually do, you can drive down those install costs. And as we heard at the Executive Council meeting, the install costs are quite varied depending upon the installation method and the systems, whether you use CPVC or PEX piping. But we believe firmly that these costs can indeed be driven down. Similarly, the municipality can consider, like Swift Current did, incentives and financial incentives with regards to tax rebates and incentives that can look at reducing those costs. We also then look at insurance savings, although it's been raised here as some debate issues. But there are all these totalities insurance costs that can actually bring these down. And then we have studies that indeed have shown that the home buyers, this has not been a major, it was Prince George County, Maryland, I believe it was. They did side-by-side comparisons between two municipalities and showed that it was not sprinklers were not a disincentive for home buyers in buying those. So, you know, we do our best to try and look at incentives to try and reduce those costs, to reduce those additional burdens that would be flowed through by the developers to the developers and builders to the home buyers.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. No further questions from council. I just have a couple. Sir, I apologize if you've answered this already. Trying to keep track of all of this. Are you at the table in presenting this information that's in this research paper to the National Building Code?
No. To be frank, I was the actual original author of the code change proposal to look at mandatory sprinklers back in the when that first went through. And with the joint task group's decision, they basically said, we don't want to hear sprinklers anymore at the national code level. This is the local level issue. So we at the CAFC have said, we have to relook at fundamentally how we look at this. And to be quite frank, as stated before, the National Building Code doesn't stop you from sprinkling. It's just as if you install sprinklers that have to be done in accordance with the following standards. So it is an option at the local level to do, and this is where we're now promoting the incentivization of sprinklers. And we haven't had the opportunity yet to take this, but we are going to provincial associations, Maritime Fire Chiefs Association, Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs, BC Fire Chiefs Association, and others, through the CAFC and others, to promote incentivization and local level decisions to sprinkler.
Thank you for that. But just to be clear, the research that you've done has been presented to the National Building Code process.
No, it has not, because the only way to do that would be with a code change proposal, and we're not going forward with the code change proposal.
Thank you. I guess my question for you is, I'm fully prepared to admit that I don't have the skill sets or the resources to research, set design standards, develop incentives. We don't have the challenges of somewhere like Pitt Meadows, BC, or some of the other places that you've mentioned. We have excellent response times, 5 Mile Fire Department. Should the City of Regina depend upon the National Building Code for our standards, or the recommendation from the sprinkler companies?
In my opinion, as I stated, I believe that the National Building Code is severely deficient on a number of fronts. It is based on 1950s design guidelines for limiting distances between buildings. Based in the 1950s, the St. Lawrence Seaway, when it was built in southern Ontario, they burnt a number of homes and compared and looked at the fire spread between building and buildings. And that's where they put the provisions in. Well, what we've now found is that floors are burning through in under 6 minutes because of lightweight truss construction. Building to building fire spread happens at 6 minutes from the initiation of the start of a fire. And fires are toxic at 2 minutes, or less than 2 minutes, a minute and a half from a fires. And the building code doesn't reflect all of these things. And also, as a key point, the building code only reflects how you design a single building. What we look at and what Regina needs to look at is how you design and develop your design developments and how the individual buildings can play out against each other. And that I would actually counter and say that it is within the ability of the Regina to do so because we've had numerous examples of communities and municipalities in North America that have done that and have the ability to be able to do that. And you can build upon their experiences in doing that. There's a lot of the research and the science that's there when we properly look at incentivization.
Thank you very much for the answer. I see no further questions. I'll thank you very much for your presentation to Council this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
All right, thank you very much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Albashutsky. I'd like you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, and you'll have an opportunity to answer their questions afterwards. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Am I on? It's Albashutsky.
Yeah, I'll ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, where you're calling from, and go ahead, sir. You've got 5 minutes.
Hi. Thank you for asking me to the meeting. My name is Albashutsky. I'm president of Crawford Homes. I'm calling from Regina. And we have, in the last 43 years, built over 5,000 homes. I'm proud to say we've not had a single death, fire-related death in any of our homes. Also, in the 5,000 homes, I've never been asked to price out sprinklers in that many years. We have done sprinklers in about a half dozen care homes that we have built. And with the cost of trenching out a 2-inch line, and the cost of the sprinklers, et cetera, it's ran anywhere from $20,000 to $48,000. Depends what city regulations we run into in proceeding to get the permits, et cetera. I feel the estimates the councillors have been subjected to date are inaccurate. I don't see any stats on the deaths that have happened. I've heard anywhere from 99 to 179 deaths in non-sprinklered homes, but no reference to the age of the homes, to the general structure. And I, you know, when you turn the news on in the morning, often you'll hear and you can relate to the area. The last speaker, Sean Tracy, said the homes are being.
There's a tornado warning.
If I'm still on, everybody's just been disconnected by a tornado warning.
You're still on, sir. We can still hear.
Oh, okay. I can't. On TV, it's big red screen. Sorry. Family's watching. Now, he also referenced that possibly there could be tax savings in some municipalities. Is that something council has considered for Regina should sprinklers get passed? Because if we don't need as much fire protection and there's more safety for the firefighters, there should be savings. The last speaker, Tracy, indicated that 1-inch lines would probably be adequate. I haven't heard that officially from anybody, administration, etc. Because in the care homes, which are as small as 2,000 square feet, with 5 bedrooms, because some of them were different style of care homes. And again, we were forced to put in 2-inch water lines, which does add approximately $16,000 to the cost of the installation. And I don't know if I was interrupted when I mentioned the type of buildings that were where the deaths have occurred. Also, I was kind of offended when Sean Tracy says the homes are being built cheaper and faster and lead to more fires. I don't know where he gets his information from. One thing I would like to point out, in case council's not aware, that when you go to a 2-inch water meter in your home, the price per liter or per square meter or cubic meter of water increases. So in other words, you can have two houses side by side, one with a 5/8 or a 3/4 inch meter, and the person next door with a 1-inch meter will be paying more for his water year round. And he was talking about materials that maybe could be looked at. One thing that could be made mandatory cheaply is fire extinguishers in the home. The other one is, in general, spacing of homes and the products. Every year around the long weekend in May, the fire chief gets on and says, now it's a long weekend and you're going to be up and barbecuing. So be careful where you keep your barbecue, especially, quote, if your house has vinyl siding. And we all know that once a house catches on fire and the neighbors are too close, vinyl siding will not prevent the spread of the fires from house to house. We feel at Crawford Homes that forcing sprinklers would increase the price by as much as 10%, and it would force more people into the satellite areas where permit costs are cheaper, lots are cheaper, taxes are cheaper, and of course the house prices would be cheaper. The other conversations being had by many of the delegates ahead of me was that they should possibly do a study. I would recommend you just vote no and see what the other cities around the world do. And wasting money on a study, engineering, and so on is going to be paramount to wasting money.
Mr. Bashewski,
that's all I have.
Oh, okay, excellent, sir. You have 5 minutes. Thank you very much. We'll see.
I was timing it.
It's all good. We've got a question from Councillor Stevens for you.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's my understanding you've installed sprinkler systems in current properties owned by Crawford Homes. Is that correct?
Just we were building like a good number, about a half dozen of care homes.
Okay, thank you.
Some were 10 bedrooms, some were 5 bedrooms.
Thank you. So I have seen receipts that you've handed over. I spoke with a representative from Crawford Homes. Their main objection was actually to the single family dwellings, but they're actually somewhat supportive, or at least understand the value of requiring this in multi-unit dwellings. I've confirmed this in writing in one. Is this a correct reflection of where you see the value of sprinkler systems?
Well, it's part of the codes. In the care homes that are over 10 bedroom, of course, we have to build them under Part 3 of the National Building Code, and they are mandatory. A couple of the smaller ones, there was 5 bedrooms because they were more of an extensive care home. They weren't just for seniors. It was kind of the option of the purchaser because they felt that, again, these people are handicapped. I mean, there's one situation we built where the person is actually locked in the room because of behavioral issues, not as a prisoner, but just for the safety of the person in the room. So, yeah, I don't know what figures you were presented with, but I wouldn't be in favor of it. Like I said, I've never been asked for a price on one in single-family homes. And again, I checked with some insurance companies and could not find any saving. At one time, the insurance industry did allow a 5% discount if you had smoke alarms, but smoke alarms became so common, and the insurance agencies found there wasn't enough saving to allow for the 5% discount to continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Moll.
I understand now you're in favor of, well, sounds like you're in favor of sprinklers in certain multi-unit dwellings. Now, what we've heard and this is going to lead to a question from the other developers, that we're talking about a house. So the codes are different for a house to a care home. Hence why the care home costs more money, bigger house. So have you communicated with Troy Life and Fire Safety or other fire sprinkler companies in the city that can do this installation for $4,000 to $5,000 in a house?
No, I have not. I have communicated with a couple of companies, and quotes were between $12,000 and $16,000, and we're currently have one under construction, and it's going to be up to $16,000 plus another $16,000 to trench in a 2-inch water line. You have to, and they also require tanks as a backup, and you have to reinforce the floor. In some of the figures, I don't think council is aware, there's no provision for wiring of the system, for building bulkheads to hide the water line, and so on. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, you're talking about two different codes, two different massively sized buildings. Thank you.
I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Call upon Delegation Sean Pierce. I'll ask that you please state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling us from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer questions. Good afternoon.
On Delegation Pierce, I'll ask that
You're going to have to turn off the recording.
call them up. We'll have 5 minutes.
Sean Pierce, you've muted yourself. Could you press *6?
Hi, thank you, Your Worship, members of council and staff. My name is Sean Pierce, former Chief Officer with Toronto Fire Services, Fire and Life Safety Consultant to the Government of Ontario and others, including a prominent developer and builder in Alberta, which most of you heard at the last meeting. I currently work for the Lubrizol Corporation. I'm based in Ontario. I just want to start, and everybody's touched on a whole bunch of stuff today, and the world we live in is unfortunately overwhelmed with misinformation, and some of it intentional, some of it not intentional. You've heard from builders today who have genuine concerns about adding cost to a home, and for those of you that remember my last presentation, I started with one simple fact: fire sprinklers add cost to a home. There's no question, there's no way to hide from that. That is an absolute fact. The problem is that we get into these conversations and we have all this broader confusion that we're constantly trying to deal with. You as a council has to try and decipher it, which is incredibly challenging. And so I want to try and start over with some of the things I've heard today. And so I'm going to cut out some stuff that other people have already talked about, but municipalities add requirements to the national code all the time. In Alberta, Calgary and the province added HERF regulations to help counter exterior fire issues that province was incurring. HERF is high intensity fire regulations. And so these things occur on a regular basis in provinces across the country. The national code is absolutely a model code designed to give every province a basis from which to build on. And the experience you have in your communities is what empowers you to make local decisions that benefit based on what your needs are. And as much as we'd all like a model national code that everybody adopts, Regina is different from Toronto, and there's no way to get away from that. It is what it is, and your code officials are far better equipped to deal with your community than a code official from Toronto would be. The last speaker brought up exterior cladding, and there's cladding fires in Grenfell Tower in the UK. These issues are prevalent everywhere around the world now, and fire sprinklers, retrofitting sprinklers in these high-rise buildings is actually being offered in lieu of replacing cladding to prevent loss of life in these buildings. So there's a number of things happening globally, not just in Canada, but around the world, where residential type sprinkler systems are being used as an offset on a regular basis. One of the earlier speakers talked about mercury. I want to be clear, there is absolutely no mercury used in any component of a sprinkler system. Zero. There is no mercury in the sprinkler heads. There's no mercury component involved in sprinkler systems at all. That's not true. We talked a little bit about the municipalities that have sprinkler systems. We talked about Vancouver and how effective it's been there. Somebody asked, one of the councillors asked about the study that everybody's referencing. The study was done by a group called the Altus Group. They referenced, was referenced by previous speakers. The research quoted, what Altus did was they included that one sprinkler home that had a fire in their calculations, even though the sprinkler system had been shut off and it was a homicide. And when you look at the number of sprinklered buildings versus unsprinklered buildings, that one fire completely skewed the numbers in that report and threw them completely out of whack. And it really wasn't truly representative of the impact and the cost effectiveness of sprinklering. And it, that's the problem with data, is it can be skewed. And this is the world of misrepresentation that unfortunately we live in. Residential sprinklers, you've heard this before, have not permitted a single person to perish in a fire where sprinklers were present and functioning. So they do save lives. Your fire chief said that last week. The cost to save a life is always argued and misrepresented. Again, similar arguments are used to fight seatbelts when those days, were being argued in those days. The calculated cost to save a life is best discussed at arm's length. It's a very hard conversation to have. But the reality is any family that suffered a loss due to a fire would pay any amount of money to turn back time. There's absolutely no way they wouldn't try and get that time back that a sprinkler system provides that allows you to exit a home in the event of a fire. Smoke alarms suffice. They're better than sprinklers. It's unfortunately not true. They are effective. They're absolutely a requirement. We need them in our homes, but they are a passive device designed to activate, advise occupants of a fire. Occupants must still respond to that alarm. They must evacuate their home and their children out of the home. They must call 911. And the response times that everybody talks about today doesn't include time to call. How long? What's the average amount of time does it take a person to actually pick up a phone and call 911 and then add your response time?
Mr. Pierce, you're past 5 minutes by half a minute. Can you wrap up, please?
Absolutely. The last thing I just want to touch on, and I'll finish with the same statement I finished the last time with. This is an amazing thing this council's trying to do. It's not easy. I understand you're taking safety of your residents into consideration. The only way this is going to work is to form a collaborative group of builders, other stakeholders, staff, to look at the potential trade-offs on the construction side that don't cost anybody anything, but provide an opportunity for builders to do things differently and generate revenue in a different way.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I'll open it up to questions from council. I appear not to have any questions from council. I'll thank you very much for your, actually, no, that's not true. I think I have one question for you. No. You did say that municipalities absolutely work in codes with code officials, that we have individuals that do this type of thing all the time. Our code officials in our administration is not recommending that we mandate. Our fire master plan does not recommend that we mandate sprinklers. Your suggestion is we should listen to them?
My suggestion is that we need to form a collaborative group, that they are best equipped in your community. I don't know who they consulted with. I didn't see the report. I know that I wasn't asked. And so I don't know what information they got and how that report was assembled. So it's hard for me to make that statement. I think that they probably have a very different view than they did when they wrote that report.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I will ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Happy Canada Day, everybody.
Thanks. Council, we have a couple minor receives and files. I need a motion for continuance for just, even if we continue for 5 more minutes, just to get through the last couple items on the issue. Councillor LeBlanc, you'll motion that. Just continue for 5 more minutes. We'll close off the delegations or receive and files if that's all right. Tony Plater from Regina District Chamber of Commerce was to present. Was to appear. He's unable to appear, so Amber is going to read his letter into the record quickly.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Dear Mayor Masters and City Council, the Regina District Chamber of Commerce is disappointed with Executive Council's vote to rush into a decision to mandate fire sprinklers on January 1st, 2023. While we agree safety of our residents always needs to be a priority, the process to move this motion forward was flawed. Our current council is known for debate and consultation. We feel that moving so quickly from debate from a submitted report to a mandated outcome did not provide sufficient opportunity for discussion or collaboration. It's our opinion that more discussion and research needs to happen to explain why there is such a large discrepancy in the cost of adding sprinkler systems to new homes. As well, it's important to hear City Administration's thoughts on reducing water flow requirements to new subdivisions that have sprinkler systems installed in all homes. To make a quick decision to move forward when there has been limited consultation with the public and other key stakeholders is irresponsible. We recommend that City Council direct City Administration and members of both the home building industry and the sprinkler industry to work together to provide a collaborative recommendation that brings clarity and a solution to this important safety initiative. As part of the research process, the Regina Chamber would be happy to share survey questions or detailed information created by this working group with our membership. It is further recommended that council members who are involved in an industry or have a vested interest in the topic being debated stand up and discuss whether their current job, background, and expertise causes a perceived or real conflict of interest or adds context and depth to the debate. Transparent consultation is needed to provide residents and businesses a clear picture of what the issue is and how it will benefit Regina and enhance the safety of our residents in the future. Sincerely, Tony Plater, Interim CEO of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Clerk. We also have communications on item CR 22-7 from Freya Marchuk of Northridge Development Corp. and Paul Gregory and Blair Forrester of Forrester Harvard Development Corp. They're on file. Can I have a member of council move to receive and file communications CP 22-49, CP 22-50, and I would suggest apologies. Thank you. Can I have a motion to receive and file? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay, at this point, Council, we have a mandated supper break. If Council wishes to continue, I would suggest we simply adjourn for 15 minutes and come back to go to a maximum of 7 o'clock, but I will leave it open to Council to Councillor Hawkins.
Mayor, I have an important dinner engagement at 6:30 and I'm going to keep it. So I'm probably not the person to move this motion.
Okay. Councillor Hawkins is out. The rest of council, the question sits before you. Do we take a 15-minute break and go until 7 o'clock tonight? Oh, yeah. Make a motion for a 15-minute break and a continuance at 1:15 until 7 o'clock. I need a seconder for that. I got a seconder from Councillor Zakiniak. Any opposed? Councillor Hawkins is opposed. Anyone else opposed? Councillor Moles opposed? Anyone else opposed? Carried. We are break for, let's just break until 6:15. We come back for 45 minutes. Thank you.
Executive considered this mandatory automatic fire sprinkler report at committee. The June 22nd committee of executive, a majority supported it. And yes, I'm looking for a seconder to put on the table.
Councillor Stevens? open it up to the floor for Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'd like to move a tabling motion of all things for 2 weeks to get 2 limited informational aspects back from administration. The first of those is, does Vancouver in fact have the proffered bylaw and what are the terms of that? And the second is, what percentage of the city, if any, would need upgraded pipes to have sufficient water pressure to accommodate the in-home sprinklers?
Council, we have a tabling motion on the floor. Oh, the tabling motion requires a seconder. Councillor Stevens. Clerks, I'd ask you to give you a second to get it up there. Tabling motion goes straight to vote, folks. Oh, one moment, please. Mr. Nicol?
Just wanted to ask the clerk the specific date this will be coming back. I understand it wouldn't be until August, not 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would be, if my understanding to LeBlanc's request would be to the July 13th City Council meeting. Yeah.
Thank you. Name the date, please. Thank you. Thank you. Clerk has called the vote. Councillor Shaw, we'll need your vote on the tabling motion. Verbally.
Opposed.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion to table has been lost 7-3 with the voting results as follows. Councillors Stephen, LeBlanc, and Moll voting in favor, and the following voting against are Councillors Findura, Bresciani, Stadnichuk, Shaw, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, and Mayor Masters.
Thank you to the clerks. Councillor LeBlanc, you have more time to speak. Did you wish to speak to the...
Yeah, just a question for the fire chief, if available. So there's been some talk about to what extent does having sprinklers prevent deaths and injury from fire? And we've had some data last week around how many fire deaths there's been in Regina in the previous 10 years. So I suppose twofold question. One is general reflections on how effective sprinklers are in preventing fire deaths. And relatedly, how many of the fire deaths in Regina, I understand they didn't have sprinklers, but were there working smoke alarms within those homes, if we have that data?
Thank you, Councillor Moll. At the request of the city manager, we'll flow through Ms. Bryden to begin with. Go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will refer that one to Chief Jackson.
Okay, through you, Mayor Masters, thank you for the question. The effectiveness of sprinkler systems, I'm not sure, I don't think that should be the issue that we draw the most focus on, because I think the evidence and data is pretty clear that they do prevent death and injury and save lives. I think the issue that we should be discussing more here is how do we collaboratively work within the community to advance these things. And it started to come out there when I was listening to the two Seans. They kind of went back to that. And I think our master plan speaks to that. So on the deaths, so I will answer, so over 4 years we've had 10 fire deaths in the city. They weren't in the new construction or what's being proposed here with this proposal. So they weren't in those greenfield areas. So they were in our inner city. So sprinklers unless you're going to retrospectively apply it to all residents, which I wouldn't recommend. Wouldn't have prevented those. Working smoke alarms, I don't have that data right at my fingertips right now. But a lot of times when there's fatal fires, the smoke alarm hasn't been working. But in some cases it has. So when we're asked about smoke alarms, smoke alarms are different than they're a very good tool for preventing loss of life also, but they're different than sprinkler systems. They rely on a few things that was touched on by some of the delegations, is they do require the occupant to awake quickly and respond quickly and appropriately. So that's the difference, because time is seconds when a fire's, or like time is of the essence when a fire is growing and developing. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There's a second question about this water pressure issue through you, Mayor Masters. Does anyone at city administration think, and if so, what's the extent of it, that our current water pressure throughout the city might be inadequate to facilitate the installation of these sprinklers?
Ms. Brad?
Thank you through the chair. So we know there are definitely, in all likelihood, some areas where the pressure is inadequate the pressure would be inadequate for sprinklers, and in particular the actual service to the residents. I can refer that question to Mr. Kelton for further, or Mr. Comrie for further comment on how that might. So look, it would be very difficult right now to come back in any quick time frame with the details of what that is, or Ms. Dawson, I guess. No? Okay, Justin.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, we're gonna ask Mr. Gibney to take that one. He's within our servicing infrastructures and approval branch.
Musical microphones is complete. You're on.
Through you, Mayor Masters, it would be a difficult question to answer at this point in time. Our design standards never considered the sprinkler system, so it would take further analysis to accurately answer that question.
Thank you. And just following up on this hypothetical, let's say proposed new build A currently lacks adequate water pressure to install these but must. What would it look like to increase that water pressure such that it could meet this requirement if passed? And what, if any, cost to the city would flow from what's required?
Thank you through the chair. Mr. Comrie?
Thank you through the chair. Typically, the standard does have a required flow rate. If that was not adequate from the existing servicing, either the servicing could be replaced, but that'd be from the right to the city main to the property. So that could be quite costly because it would include some road work or work on the sidewalk, as well as landscaping on the residents' front yard. The other way to do it is through a storage tank and pump system. So that is the other way, and that can be done to adequately provide the water flow required.
Thank you. And the costs of either of those options to remedy the low flow, would those be at the expense exclusively at the city, or how would that be shared through the mayor?
Thank you through the chair. So that would be, I think, part of the conversation. Certainly the pipe replacement for the connection, a portion of that would be on city land, a portion would be on the private land, and so we know that that cost would be around $20,000 to $30,000 depending on the length for that piece of work. And I think whether that's all on the homeowner or partially on the city is a conversation. The cost of a holding tank, I would suggest, would be on the cost of the homeowner. Significantly less disruption to cities' construction assets, et cetera. And I think also the cost is, we don't have, we have one example of where one of those tanks was installed. We know what that cost was, but that was all we were able to track down recently, and it's a pretty significant cost, fairly similar to the low end of replacing the water lines.
Thank you. There's been some suggestion in the written delegation reports that this new regulation, if passed, would have a differential impact in the city. So that is, it would have a greater impact on cost of new infill development than it would on greenfield or sort of suburban development. I wonder, through you, Madam Mayor, if members of administration can comment on that. So first, would it have a differential impact? Second, would that impact be greater in infill? And third, what would cause that greater impact, if any?
So in the infill, construction costs to build infill or cost to build in the infill is generally higher, or it's more expensive. Not necessarily cost, but there's other things that come into play in the infill that create it to be more expensive to do infill development. So I would say yes, it's more costly for infill development. In the greenfield development, I think for the areas that are already serviced, you would see an increased cost because some of those services might need to be changed for those areas that are already serviced. But I think if this was mandated, then certainly your new developments, the design standards would have to be all changed and they would be developed accordingly. So that would probably lower those costs significantly than going in and redoing work you've already done. But then the cost for the actual installation and the maintenance, et cetera, of the sprinkler systems would be the same no matter where the house is. I see Ms. Dawson would like to add comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. The only thing I would add is that when you're building in a greenfield area, you can sometimes achieve economies of scale. So you can design your neighborhood and your services to offset some of the costs, and that's exactly what we heard from the delegation. And in the infill area, you're usually doing a one-off or a case-by-case basis, so you're not going to be able to achieve some of those pieces. Mr. Comrie wanted to add a little bit about, we're not just talking about single family dwellings or duplexes, there's also complexities or added, there would be added requirements to some of the multifamily dwellings. So I'll just let Mr. Comrie add to that as well.
Thank you, through the chair. Just thought it was worth noting if we're looking for infill versus greenfield, there's also the conversation of single family dwellings and townhouses or row houses or small apartment buildings. We've largely discussed the costs predominantly from Calgary on the single family dwellings, but the National Building Code of Canada does have a different sprinkler standard if you have more than 2 dwelling units. And it does become a little bit more costly, requiring flow detection, fire alarm system, and some other pieces that would add cost too. So it's important to note that we're not just talking about single family dwellings when we look at infill versus greenfield. We're also looking at these small apartments and townhouses that are regulated by a more restrictive standard.
Looping back to the water pressure question, through you, Madam Mayor, is there a sense that we might encounter that problem equally throughout the city, or conversely, would we be likely to encounter that more in older infill areas, and might that have a cost? Does anyone have knowledge on that?
Thank you, through the chair. I will refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Thank you, through Mayor Masters. So I think I'll start and then pass it along to Mr. Gibney as well. We do have our newer neighborhoods being developed at our current standards, and I think we heard from some of the delegations is that we're not exactly sure if that would be sufficient to supply water to all these homes. And the other thing is the pressure. So we haven't really evaluated from a pressure perspective as well. Certainly in some of the older areas or the established areas, we will be running into some of those concerns as well. It's just that we don't have, we wouldn't have the most recent data than we would in some of the greenfield areas. And I just see if Mr. Gibney has anything more to add.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the only thing I'd like to add is older areas obviously were designed to a different standard than they are currently today. So water pressure is primarily a function of the size of pipes, where it falls within the city, proximity to existing booster stations, things like that. So it's a very difficult question to answer broadly. So again, that would be one thing that we would look at if further analysis was required.
Thank you. We've heard from a few developers today who I know have done the social development type activities, so rapid housing or with Sophia House, those sorts of things. One concern which I think is valid is any increase to the cost of construction might be particularly burdensome on new builds for low-income folks. Two questions. The first one I'll ask off the hop is, do we have data on what % of new builds in Regina are sort of for these social housing, affordable housing purposes?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Yeah, we do have that data. I just don't have that data in front of me today.
Fair enough. Thank you. My second question to the Mayor, maybe having a week to think about it, is if this was passed and there was increased costs on, say, the rapid housing on Broad Street, that kind of thing, does administration have thoughts on other tools available to insulate social housing providers from the increased costs of this? Do we have policy tools like grants and so on that we could use to respond to this? Or do you have thoughts on the implication, if any, on low-income tenants essentially, or folks who would rely on supportive housing?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. You know, council always has options of, grants or tax exemptions or those types of programs to support specific initiatives, including social housing. And I think, if this was going to be, if this gets approved, then within our comprehensive housing strategy and as we're reviewing our housing incentive policy, maybe this would be one of those things that would be taken into consideration within those policies that are in place.
Great. Thank you. I have more questions than answers, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Moll.
I'll just save it for closing, actually.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. Question about the fire master plan. I'll assume this goes to Chief Jackson, but I'll leave it up to administration. Section 7, specifically Section 7A, talks about residential fire sprinklers should be promoted in all new residential construction. Developers should be encouraged to offer sprinklers as an option. The section also speaks to the value of the systems in terms of saving the lives of residents as well as firefighters. So just to be clear, option 2 in our report best aligns with the recommendation in the fire master plan. Is that correct?
Ms. Bredin.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Mr. Chief Jackson?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes.
Okay. That is the best response I've ever heard. One word to a one-word question. All right. Would that option, we've heard it, some say in the industry we'd begrudgingly accept it. Others I've spoken to said, yeah, that's great. We'll be happy to offer this and have it as a requirement. Would that provide fire and protective services and the city an opportunity to work effectively with the industry to promote all of the information, data, et cetera, about fire safety and the value of sprinklers in your mind? In other words, would this launch a whole new conversation in the public as well as industry about the value of fire safety?
Through you, Mayor Masters, refer that to Mayor Chief Jackson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, it's another, from my perspective, another short answer, yes. But I would, the regulating of this would fall through Ms. Dawson's area, so I'd ask her to add anything. But yes, it would provide that opportunity.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we had kind of contemplated this scenario, and so it would be, we would assume that the conversations would be had between the purchaser and the builder before coming to us with building permit applications, and our staff are requesting either documentation or some kind of verification that the option had been presented either to the homeowner and they either declined or consented to the fire sprinkler. Without that kind of proof, then we wouldn't be in a position to accept the building permit application or the submission, and so we saw that as a potential barrier, but potentially an opportunity to have those conversations as well.
Okay. If we go ahead with that option, as an example, it seems like it would then trigger an assessment of the underground infrastructure as per Councillor LeBlanc's line of questioning. We would have to know answers to those infrastructure questions before the industry could actually provide a proper cost assessment, et cetera. So option 2, would it not trigger an analysis and a response to the questions that Councillor LeBlanc asked?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that to Ms. Dawson.
I think the way that I would describe it is it would depend on the uptake of the actual consent to the sprinklers. If we're seeing the majority of folks declining to install, then we wouldn't see any additional impact. However, if we saw a great uptick, then we would certainly have to do some of that analysis, especially in areas where entire neighborhoods would be looking at that.
Okay.
On a one-off, we could probably manage it.
Okay. And by manage it through the chair, it means there wouldn't be any meaningful stress on the infrastructure at all. Is that correct?
I think yes.
Mayor Masters, I might, I guess, relate that to, we often have care homes or other infill development that already do require sprinklers, and so we have managed those through our current regulatory processes, and we're able to facilitate their needs. So unless it was a widespread uptake, then we wouldn't see anything out of the ordinary that we're seeing today.
Okay, thank you.
I would just leave it unless somebody would say.
I guess my thought then is, sorry, I mean, just as a comment here, I think one of the most compelling cases from the industry for me was actually Mr. Hunchuk, who had said the big question mark here is the biggest impediment. And secondly, if we go ahead with the mandatory building code requirement, it kind of starves out the capacity to engage in other discussions around sustainability. And I think that's the most compelling comment I've heard today, aside from the safety questions. I don't believe that we're going to see an exodus of people fleeing the horrors of better health and safety standards in our homes, although the cost is actually noteworthy. People move to cities for all sorts of reasons. So to the clerk, if I were to pursue option 2, procedurally, how would this work? We option 1, which is the mandate in the bylaw, would that have to be defeated and then my signaling of the intention for option 2 put on the table?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stevens, if I'm understanding your question correctly, are you referring to the items that are listed on page 3 of the report?
Correct. Mandating builders to give future homeowners an option to install a sprinkler system as part of this new building design. It doesn't appear all that clearly as an option.
So to be clear, my understanding of what this is stating is that council has already approved this. This is already in place as an action that's going to happen under the Fire Master Plan. So when council approved the Fire Master Plan, they've already approved this. So this is status quo right now. I can clarify with Mr. Onrait to ensure that our understanding is correct, but that's my interpretation of what's been listed in the report here.
Can you read it to them, what the recommendation is in the Fire Master Plan?
Yep, through you, Mayor Masters. The chair has asked that I read this portion out of the report. So it says the information received through the review is consistent with the fire master plan, where it was recommended that Regina Fire and Protective Services partner with key stakeholders such as the Regina and Region Home Builders Association to 1, educate homeowners on the benefits of a residential sprinkler system as the city boundaries grow and exceed reasonable response times, and 2, continue to allow home builders to offer residential sprinklers as an option in their home designs, and the customer can decide whether they want to proceed.
So,
This is the fire master.
yes, so I'm looking at the report before us.
Yep.
And it's, just to be clear, currently there is a mandate for builders to give this requirement, and that mandate is it being exercised.
I believe Ms. Bryden is going to speak to that.
This is listed as a potential process change in the report.
Through the chair, currently they're not mandated. It's not mandated. Which page?
Sorry, so page 5 of the report, legal implications of the motion request, there's 2. One is mandating sprinklers in all new residential buildings. Second is mandating builders to give future homeowners an option.
Right.
I read that as 2 options for us to consider.
Yeah. Now I got you. Thank you.
So just to be clear, we don't currently do that. There is no requirement. It was a recommendation for the fire master plan, and this was an option for us to pursue at council.
Mr. Onright would like to speak.
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So in the fire master plan, the recommendation isn't to mandate. The recommendation is to partner with community partners and also have the discussion about offering. This is an option, but through the fire master plan, it is not stated to mandate it.
Yes, I understand that. I want to propose this as an option outlined, and so we're going beyond that. It's not a question of just engaging it. We will mandate this offer. I just want to be clear. I know what the fire master plan says. This report provides 2 recommendations I want to advance. Number 2.
Yeah.
Can we just vote on that, or does it actually negate the spirit of the report's recommendation, which is to mandate sprinklers in all new residential builds?
Actually, just one small point, Councillor Stevens. Page 5 states out that the motion requested the regulatory implications of the following 2 potential processes. And so those were the 2 things the report was to have considered. So not necessarily the recommendation of administration was for status quo. And so if you want to create a motion around mandating, then I would suggest you have to make a motion to that effect.
Thank you. Sorry, the hot rod energy is running off on these. So, again, back to the procedural question on how this would work.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So procedurally, Councillor Stevens, if you'd like to move this, we would have to consider Councillor Moll's motion first and vote, or ask if he's willing to withdraw his motion to put your motion forward, because it would be contrary to what he has on the floor right now.
Okay, thank you. I would like to advance that, but again, procedurally, I understand how that works. I don't have anything else to say, but I would yield the floor. So when it comes to the vote, I would just signal my intention that if the vote fails on the current recommendation, as per the chair's indulgence, that we would put what I've suggested on the floor for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Kidniak.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, and if this was covered last week, my apologies as I wasn't here. But my first question is about the structure fires the statistics on structure fires from 2017 to 2021. So the figure is 1,387. Do we know how many of those fires occurred in residential buildings specifically? Because in the report it says that's all structure fires within that's the total number of structure fires in the city.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that question to Chief Jackson.
Through you, Mayor Masters. We don't have that breakdown. So, or we can get that breakdown for you, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, that's fine. All right. And I will say, I think I just have a few comments now, that I don't support mandating sprinklers in all new residential builds at this time. I don't support a referral for more information. I haven't heard anybody ask, well, I guess that was Dan's tabling motion. I think we have enough info, more than enough info to make a decision today. I may support option 2 if Councillor Stevens wants to move that. And I also wanted to say that in this white paper that we were provided with, on page 42 of that, they're discussing the possibility of opportunities with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to include incentives or include money for offsetting the cost of sprinklers within the Green Home Program. So the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs should, the paper says, look to explore this opportunity. And so I think there's some more potential work to be done. I think that option 2 is a possible way to ensure that homeowners are getting this information so they can make an informed decision. I think if there is the opportunity for federal funding to offset the cost of sprinklers, then we could have a conversation at that time if we'd like to go further in relation to sprinkler regulations. But right now, it seems to be that it would be a cost borne by the future homeowner. And so I don't think that, I think there's more work to be done to make this a viable option for this community and other communities. And, you know, there was some conversation about environmental impacts, that sprinklers have positive environmental impacts. And I think that is likely the case based on the information that we've been presented. But what I would like to see us focus our energy on is not the environmental impacts of a sprinkler if there is a fire in a home, is on net zero homes, continuing to, we just approved our sustainability framework. We have a lot of work to do in relation to net zero homes in Regina. We know that will have positive environmental impacts regardless, versus the sprinklers. This is if there's a fire. Net zero homes have positive environmental implications regardless of what happens. So I would like to see a focus in terms of added upfront costs. Net zero is where we need to be focusing on, in my opinion, for an environmental, the most environmental impact. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zakunia. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So I've learned a lot about sprinklers in this last week and heard an immense feedback from industry as well. As a council, we face many, many, many things. And I don't think this is the one that we should be fighting. We have a national building code, not saying we shouldn't ever challenge that, but I believe that they've done the work. I've had time to delve into it more this week, had many discussions. It's not just the cost, it's the time. Time is money for developers, time is money for city staff. The time invested to do what? First I was thinking, well, we could go back and do some collaboration with the industries, both industries, and get them in the room, but why? I don't know why. I don't see a different outcome coming back. What concerns me though, is we want to be net zero. We have renewable, sustainability, we have infrastructure, we have many things coming our way. And this should be one that we don't have to do any work, and we should not be asking staff to do either. I believe that when the fire master plan, we approved that in 2021, the consultation was there. And I think the work was done there. So again, when we look at the residential, the options that were provided, the education, with the homeowners, I think that's perfect. That's where we need to be. I don't think we should be getting in the way and saying, well, now you need to make it mandatory, or actually even have a conversation to promote it. I asked earlier what happens. I think Swift Current is one that has done that. The uptake has been small and none. Why would we want to create another piece of paper just to scribble on there and here's your quote? It's bureaucracy. I guess we heard it earlier. If we want to focus on some things, let's focus on the things that we need to focus on. And industry right now, and I've had many calls and I think we all know it, we are trying to look at our city and grow our city. Okay, look at this. Costs are going to increase. Where does that go? Oh, the developers are making all the money. No, guess what? It goes into those homeowners. They're going to have to pay for those. The intensification that we talk about, the affordability for housing. We just approved for social housing, we need more housing. And now we're going to add this. Backyard suites, we just did that. We heard earlier from one of the home builders that has been doing this for many, many years, and not just here in Regina. This has a domino effect on other things within our city, within our planning. Do you know the time it's going to take to do that? And the effort. So I will not be supporting this. I will not be supporting a mandatory even to look at the next steps. I think it's being handled. And from administration, there's the education and the piece, and I believe that that work is being done. And if there was someone who came to a home builder and said, I want to have sprinklers, they'd be like, okay, here's the quote. We should not be mandating anything in this industry right now. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Bresciani, Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Bresciani took one of the backyard suites. We just approved that. Affordability, and we're talking about housing and need of housing. So one question I do have is, we talked about water pressure. What happens if water pressure drops? What happens to a sprinkler system when the water pressure drops? I mean, I know that alarms go off, anything else happens, so.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. I could just guess that they wouldn't, if they were relying on the water pressure and the water pressure dropped in the area for some reason, that they would not function properly.
Okay, so the second question on that is probably to Fire Chief. If how many free calls do I get if a water pressure drops? If the water pressure drops and fire department comes out for an alarm, is there a charge to that because of the water pressure, or how does that work?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I think I might start and ask someone else to add in. I think for what would be installed in a residential dwelling, I don't think it would be necessarily connected to your fire alarm. Some of the more sophisticated, like in your multifamily units or your commercial units, they're connected differently. But I think for the regular residential sprinkler system, they wouldn't be connected to your fire alarm. I'll refer that to Chief Jackson for comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So, Ms. Bryden, you're partly correct. So the So with the residential ones, alarm wouldn't go off. So there wouldn't, but for commercial, alarms do go off, and we go to those calls quite frequently. And to your question about whether they would get a false alarm fee, no on that, because the system's working as it's designed, and it's a sprinkler low-level alarm, not the smoke alarm. So.
Okay, so then, Mayor Master, to you, comments were made for a delegation that text maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute to make a call to 911. So I should have asked that question. If the sprinklers are not alarmed, who knows that the sprinkler goes off when the fire goes? So the question or the comment was made that the sprinklers will save because you don't have to call 911. And if Chief has mentioned that the residential, you will not have a fire panel that directly connected to the fire department for response. How am I reading that comment from the delegation saying that sprinklers will prevent or help their speed of people getting out, whatever? So, Mayor Master?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that to Chief Jackson. Or, sorry, Mr. Comrie.
Through the chair. I'll try to, I think, get a couple questions in there. I don't think that the sprinklers, they would just give the resident more time to get out because the fire and smoke development would be slower. To answer your other question, in the system that's used for 1 and 2 unit dwellings, so typically in the single family homes, there isn't an alarm system, so there is no flow detection. So if a sprinkler does go off, it would continue to go off until it was identified and turned off. On the other systems that are designed for multifamily and small apartment buildings and large apartment complexes, there is a flow detection that would be connected to the fire alarm system that would then notify the monitoring company. So there would be notification to the fire department if those ones were triggered, but not for the single family dwellings.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify what Councillor Stevens might be moving, when we talk about mandating, number 2, mandating builders to give future homeowners an option. So the mandating means that there'll be a letter or something on the bylaw or something that will make sure or enforce the builders to always recommend. How am I reading that?
Thank you through the chair. I think that the motion would be to mandate that builders provide that option to a potential buyer. And I would, as Ms. Dawson referred, we would make adjustments to our applications where there would be some indication on the application that had been done. So the homeowner would sign, yes, this option was presented to me, or check a box or something like that to indicate that that option was presented to them by the builder.
So for understanding that, so it was no different than when the recommendation from the administration for executive, this just makes a slight change in the wording. Am I understanding that correctly?
Councillor Findura, are you asking about something that's not on the floor right now?
No, this is
Yes.
about, I'm just trying to figure out the mandating, like Councillor Brashan did mention about.
Not on the floor right now.
Not on the floor, okay. All right. Just trying to clarify to see if.
I understand. When it gets on the floor, if it gets on the floor, we'll clarify.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Council, we're approaching 7 o'clock. I have 2 councillors left to speak. Are we good to continue? Yeah. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. Been a long conversation today. I think it's pretty obvious I can't be supporting this. I think for me it comes down to the amount invested, to the benefits in the new areas and where the fires occur. I'm sure that we could defeat carpal tunnel while typing if we mandated oven mitts, but it's not something that we need to do. And looking at the new areas where the fires are occurring and the deaths, I think this is kind of the same. So for me, I won't be supporting this. Thanks for all the people who came out today.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Before I turn it off to Councillor Moll to close, I have a question. Ms. Bryden, if it's okay with you, I'll go direct to Fire Chief. Chief Jackson, you produced a fire master plan, which I forget when I thought we approved it this year. there is a recommendation in that you will actually work with key stakeholders to educate homeowners of the benefits, and that you'll work to continue to allow home builders to offer it as an option. Can we depend on you to execute on what we've already agreed you should do?
Thank you, Mayor Masters, for that question. Yes.
Thank you. I'm good. Councillor Moll, close off debate, please.
I'm just going to clarify one point. 7 PSI of water pressure is all you need to run the fire sprinkler at the farthest distance from the water supply. So we're doing a new area, okay? Whomever at the building department is going to calculate for those fire hydrants that need to be supplied. That water pressure for that calculation is more than enough for the fire sprinkler system. Way more than enough, okay? I would also like to suggest, if this passes, to form a committee that identifies trade-offs for builders to offset the costs before the start date takes place. And I'm just going to reiterate the same speech I said last week. Chief Lane Jackson stated today again and last week that fire sprinklers save lives. We've heard it from many delegates. Fire sprinklers save lives. We just heard again today from the fire sprinkler delegates from Troy Life and Fire Safety and Lubrizol Advanced Materials that have broken down the cost of a residential fire sprinkler installation to the lowest possible denominator of $4,000 to $5,000 in Calgary, which is way less of a cost than the installations that took place in Swift Current several years ago. These installations in Calgary are current installation costs that are installed by skilled journeyman apprentice fire sprinkler system installers. And this is a local Regina contractor. Now let's refer to figure 9 again, the home fire sprinkler timeline. On page 115 of the City of Regina's Fire Master Plan, which displays descriptive timelines of a fire indicating that within 1.5 minutes or less of a fire starting, deadly heat, flames, and smoke build. Within 2 to 3 minutes without fire sprinklers, there's little time to escape. And then within 3 to 5 minutes, flashover takes place and no one survives. I don't know about you, but it is a very short time frame, especially when previously flashover was described by Fire Chief Lane Jackson as happening sooner in a newly constructed home because of the furnishings and everything else in there. Chief Jackson answered my question last week of 6 minutes and 30 seconds according to the home fire timeline is way past the time of flashover where no one survives. No one. Unfortunately, we know this all too well as it states on page 4 of the printout from 2017 to 2021, there was a total of 10 fire fatalities in Regina, including as recent as February 24th, just 4 months ago. In my opinion, one person's death is unacceptable when we have the ability and the power to be proactive and potentially save their lives. These costs above should not be a deterrent to potentially saving people's lives with a residential automatic fire sprinkler installation. This is a very low price in comparison to a person's life. This life-saving decision falls on all of us here today, again, to protect the citizens of Regina right now and into the future. I, for one, will lose sleep if anybody passes away, God forbid, from the result of a fire in a newly constructed residential home in 2023 onward if we don't support this motion. So please choose to save people's lives and vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. City Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Mayor Masters, I oppose. It's Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion is lost 9-1, with the following members voting in favor. Councillor Moll, and the following voting against as follows. Councillors Bresciani, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, and Mayor Masters.
Thank you. We still have to deal with the main report. That was an amendment. Councillor Stevens, you had indicated that you would like to revisit something. Did you want to move the main report as it exists with the recommendations from council, or did you wish to introduce an amendment? No, oh, sorry, a new motion.
Yes. The new motion would read that we mandate builders to give future homeowners an option to install a sprinkler system as part of this new building design, and that this requirement come into effect. And I'm going to start with a date here, and if administration believes there needs to be more time, go for it. I'd say, based on where we were before, January 1, 2023.
Councillor Stevens requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stevens, you wish to speak to it?
Just in terms of timeline, this is kind of where it would be great if we could engage with the industry on the spot. This is an onerous requirement. Would that require more time to have this come into effect?
So thank you through your Mayor Masters. I will refer this one to Ms. Dawson.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. We do want to bring forward some bylaw amendments, building bylaw amendments this fall. There's some requirements that we need to update. The concern that we have with the January 1st implementation is that we need to, after and if council approves the bylaw amendments, submit to the province for provincial approval, and we are not sure if those timelines will line up. But perhaps what we would suggest is that we incorporate them with the building bylaw changes coming forward in the fall, and then follow through with implementation once approved, and if approved by the ministry.
Amber, you got that for timeline? So basically, the timeline is whenever administration is coming back, or that this would come into effect along with other building code bylaw requirements.
As approved by the province, or?
Yes. So I think the thought here is, one, this aligns perfectly with the Fire Master Plan, which we've heard from the community is supported by both industry and members of the public and others who engage with that process. Developers should be encouraged to offer sprinklers as an option. This takes it a bit further. As an educator, you can educate all you want. Having a test, an exam, a requirement makes it a bit different in terms of the impact. Just talking to people about it is one thing. Bureaucratically onerous, I challenge that. In fact, I don't say this is representative, but I did speak with a home building company who objected strongly to the requirement and said this is not a problem to add this. I'm cautious about suggesting that there is support or not amongst the home builders, but in the Q&A, this is something we could accommodate. There is work involved. But I think what we've seen is an offer to work more closely. This effectively just mandates that working relationship. Don't buy for a minute that this is going to put anybody out, scare away business, or that form filling is somehow going to be so burdensome when you're building a home that it's going to scare people away from the whole project. So I'm going to advance this because I think it is a compromise and actually supported by the Fire Master Plan.
Councillor Stevens, Councillor Mancinelli.
I really don't mind this option. I stated last meeting that when building a house, I wouldn't have minded knowing the cost of a sprinkler installation, and I think it's good information. I indicated I might support something like this, but just in light of the meeting today, and after Chief Jackson's comments, him understanding the plan, he knows his job. I don't have to micromanage. I don't have to mandate. I think that this has been set forth in the Fire Master Plan already. I think administration's aware of their requirements and what they have to achieve under that plan. And I think I trust them to do that without mandating this to come at that. I think that with the prominence of this meeting and all the information discussed today and all the matters spoken about And with the reply given within the last 10 minutes, I'm more than satisfied this will come forth, and I won't support it for those reasons because I have confidence in my administration.
Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. I too do not support mandating as we look at home builders, they know what they have to do. We heard from the chief. They know what they have to do. I think we also see that there is going to be a continuing communication dialogue between the home builders and administration and the fire. And it's in our fire master plan. So I am going to say that, we don't have to add anything more in there. It's there already. I don't think, again, it's another time to add more onto staff. And I think, honestly, I'll be very frank, I think it's just gonna be another piece of paper people sign off on and flip it in with the application. No one's really gonna look at it. And it just becomes just another bureaucracy. So I'm not at all wanting to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani, Councillor Statachuk.
Before I speak to the motion, I did have a question to administration. And that is currently with the offer of, going back to what right now there's an encouragement to offer sprinklers in homes. Do we have any information in terms of what those kinds of, what that information looks like that is currently being given to homeowners or purchasers? And would we have a role, would the city administration or the fire department have a role in determining what kind of information is provided?
Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So at this point in time, no, we don't have information on what is provided by developers or builders to homeowners. The education portion of the fire master plan is, I think, what you're talking about, where the fire department is working with developers to build that knowledge and encourage information to be provided. So those pieces, I don't know if Chief Jackson has any more to add.
Thank you, through Mayor Masters, and Ms. Bryden's correct. I just add to that our public education division branch does work in this regard on educating in all facets of fire prevention and life safety. Also, our fire inspectors too. So we do some of that. We've obviously been waiting for the outcome of this motion being put forward to start to advance that element of the fire master plan or that recommendation and start to work with the community stakeholders, and in particular the Regina Region Home Builders Association, to work out a strategy on how we can advance that part of the master plan. And I think we heard here tonight from the delegation that there's commitment there on both sides.
Okay, I'm supporting this amendment because I do think that we don't want to leave it to chance, and that just encouraging builders to offer, give the option of fire sprinklers there could be a number that don't do it at all. So that's why I would like to see the mandate. I think it gives us a better opportunity to have those conversations so that homeowners are aware of that as an option. And I think it'd be really horrible if somebody just had never considered fire sprinklers, and after they've purchased their home, and it's been already designed without a fire sprinkler, that then they regret that decision, that they didn't have that offer to consider fire sprinklers. So I support this. I think that there's a lot of things that we often it's an offer. I don't think it's going to be bureaucratic. I'm hoping that it wouldn't be a lot of work. It didn't sound like it would be. So it's just another thing that we want to make sure that is considered when people are looking to design and have a new home built. Thank you.
To Councillor Stanachuk, Councillor Mole.
Yes, I support this. In my opinion, it's going to be very simple. The developer or home builder offers marble countertops, offers a high efficient furnace. The list could go on and on and on. This is just another box to check. I don't see it being very difficult at all, which is why it was in my initial motion in December. So I completely support this. I don't believe anything's been done since December on the home builders front. And if they need help with education, there's plenty of delegates that spoke today, i.e. the Home Fire Sprinkler Coalition, Canadian Automatic Sprinkler Association, and many, many more that can help them with education. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I support this. I think the real thing about it is it gives consumers, home buyers, the information they need at the exact moment when it's most useful to them. So you could think about the difference between a citywide campaign to encourage people to wear helmets while riding their bike. I suggest that's going to be a lot more helpful at the time you sell someone a bike to say, do you want a helmet too while you get this thing? I think that's the equivalent of it, is saying at the exact moment you're buying, you're designing your house, do you want this safety feature, yes or no? That's going to be a lot more effective at giving them the information at the time they need it. And I think that's actually how you promote informed consumer choice. That's actually how you empower people to make the decisions about what kind of house they want. I think this is also supported by three things that we've heard from the development industry over the last 2 weeks. So the first of them, working from memory, is that last week, Mr. Niebergall was here presenting, and I asked him, would you have concerns with option 2, this one? My recollection is he said no. The second of those is the written and oral submissions from Crawford Homes. That individual shared the remarkable fact that he's sold 5,000 homes and never talked to someone about sprinkler installation. I think that suggests we need to do more than asking developers to ask people. We need to direct them to 5,000 homes without a conversation says there's an issue. And the third of those is the delegate from Ivana Homes, who came and spoke well today. He indicated typically it's a fast conversation. I think he was referencing Swift Current. Do you want the sprinklers? He indicated everybody says no. Once they find out how much it costs, tick a box, that's it. So it's not onerous. It gets them the info when they need it, and it lets them make informed consumer decisions. So I think it strikes the right balance, and I'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stevens, did you want to close off debate? You're good? Council, I'm going to split the vote. We're going to vote on item number 1 to mandate home builders to offer residential sprinklers as an option as the first vote. The second vote will be to remove this item from the fire master plan from the list of outstanding items for the city. On item number 1, to mandate home builders, clerk, could you call the vote, please?
This is Councillor Shaw. I'm opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Received.
Thank you.
You go. Have you got it? It's saying you're not registering your vote yet. No, it's not. It's ghosted you. Yeah.
She voted yes.
No, I know for sure she didn't.
Can you clear the votes and just try it again?
Clear it again? Yeah. Sorry, Council. Vote on the mandate one more time. I'm just going to clear it just due to some technical difficulties. The vote's up again, please, Council. Is it there?
Okay, we're just gonna need Councilor Bresciani's verbally.
Councilor Bresciani, your vote verbally?
Opposed.
Thank you. Everybody else registered? Thank you. Sean Bresciani opposed?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion is lost due to a tie vote. The following members voting in favor as follows are Councillors Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, LeBlanc, Stevens, and Moll, and the following voting against are Councillors Findura, Mancinelli, Shaw, Bresciani, and Mayor Masters.
Thank you, clerks. Council will now vote on removing CR 21-150 Fire Master Plan from the list of outstanding items for City Council. Effectively receiving and filing.
This is Councillor Shaw. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Received.
Thank you.
Yeah, in favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-1.
Thank you very much to the clerks. There you go. Stanichuk gets it, seconded by Councillor Findura. Any opposed? Going once, going twice, adjourned. Thanks, folks. Thank you to the delegates who sat this one out.